and vegetarian kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically.
They can tell you stories which are They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Gluten and Vegetarian Kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically. Namaste. Please join us on a free global online episode, achieving good health.
The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth. Heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth. Heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth. Heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal the earth.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are connected
10,
to us.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are connected to us on this earth. This is 189th episode of Healing Our Earth. Today's episode is Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, as today is World Baking Day and it's also World Tea Day. We have many exciting guests lined up for you. Just before we start, I'd like to start with a nice affirmation. You can hang on with something that suits you well. Mine is Gayatri Mantra. Let's close our eyes. Take a deep breath. Swaha Tatsavitvirvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayam. Shanti. Shyam. Shyam. Welcome again and global namaste to everyone. This is Amrita from India, and we have our exciting guests waiting for us. Let's commence the session and welcome Alicia Jain, who is at Delhi in India, who's our resident at Healing Our Earth, will be sharing with us new things and what she has today with us for the baking day today. Let's talk to her and get back to her. Hello, Alicia. Before we start, I'd like to read her short biography. She is grown up with a passion of cooking and creating recipes since she was a little girl. Alicia was born and brought up in New Delhi and lived in London for 8 years. At 24 years, she did her psychology graduation, and a passion in the well-being industry brought her to the well-being state. For the last 3 years, she has dived into holistic cooking and promotes healthy living through the recipes without compromising on the taste. Alicia has also learned about healing benefits of plants and nature, and has incorporated naturopathy and Ayurveda teachings in her recipes, which keeps her healthy through clean and conscious eating. After moving back to India, she has incorporated alkaline eating, fasting, and mindfulness into her lifestyle. And she shares her knowledge with others because of how it has helped her to cure her own illnesses over the years. She has also started a new venture offering fully comprehensive wellness programs in the Himalayas known as Winston Wellness Retreats. Alicia believes that life of quality is something everyone deserves to have. Welcome, Alicia, once again to our show of Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen. A global namaste to you again. What have you come with today for the baking?
Thank you,
Alicia, we can't hear you.
Unmute the other instrument. Thank you.
No, we can't still hear you.
It's not unmuted yet.
Please unmute.
That's it. It is unmuted. Thank you, Alicia.
Hello, sorry for the technical difficulties. Global namaste to everybody watching. Thank you, Amrita, for the lovely introduction. And so great to have you as a host. Welcome to the Vegan Vegetarian Kitchen as well.
So what have you today lined up for us, actually?
So today is World Baking Day, and so I'm more of a cook than a baker, but today I decided I'd give baking, I'd give a baking recipe to commence the occasion. So I've got a key lime loaf, and this is it's like I said in my that was mentioned in my bio. I mean, I do healthy, conscious cooking, but I don't compromise on taste. That's really important. So
yeah, that's very important. Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. So as much as all the ingredients are mostly clean ingredients and guilt-free, the taste is still there. That's what I wanted to make sure of.
Right. That seems to be very interesting. In fact, incorporating the health and wellness into your food is the key that we all talk about. And so, if you are giving us a platter that's very yummy and it's with baking, I'm sure everybody, right from the children to the elders, would be loving it.
I
Yes.
hope so. I hope so. Thank you.
So, please tell us what are the basic ingredients and how we can process them.
Sure, absolutely. So, like I said, I'm doing a key lime loaf today. I decided to do a loaf because I think it's easier, and I think everybody has a loaf tin at home. And so, and it's nice and spongy and dense. And so, and I think most people anyway, have a sweet tooth. So this hopefully can satisfy their cravings. And it's a little bit tangy, it's a little bit sweet, it's like all the right balances. So like I said, I'm using clean ingredients. I'll just walk through all my ingredients one by one.
Sure.
So the first thing I want to start with are the limes, of course. I'm using key limes specifically. I'll just pick them up and bring them closer to this screen over here. These limes are like the smaller limes, the sort of Asian variety that you get over here. Especially in India, these are the ones we use. These are called key limes, and these have seeds in it as well. You know, a lot of limes and lemons these days, they don't have seeds. So these have seeds. That means they're also not genetically modified. They are a native variety and full of goodness. And although they are acidic to taste and acidic in nature at pH, once key limes enter your body, your digestive system actually, through the enzymes, it alkalizes your body. So it's very, very good to alkalize your body. So I'm sure you must have heard people have lime.
Definitely.
Lime
Yes. And when people take lemonades and stuff, the tangy taste of lime basically acts as a very good appetizer. It's a very good digestant. So definitely it adds up to and when it's with the baking or something into it with the cakes and stuff, it just gives a very good aroma as well as taste, basically. So yeah, that's good. Key limes, which are, I think, quite a lot available in the Asian countries. And as she mentioned, it's a small size with seeds into it. So you can look into that. They are pretty fresh, and those are being consumed for baking. Yes.
Yes, absolutely. And these are the ones that we use in everyday cooking as well over here. I think if you're in like European or American countries, you will have to seek out key limes specifically. If you can't find them, I think regular limes will also do, you know, the green ones. Those will give them more tangy, sour taste that everybody loves. But these days they're coming a little bit yellow in the market because they're quite ripe these days. But that's also nice because you get more juice out of them. So that's really good.
So we need pretty juicy limes we need.
Yes, absolutely. That's really important. And I'll be using the zest as well. That will be a really nice touch, you know, to the dish. And so the next ingredient I want to talk about is jaggery. Jaggery powder specifically for this recipe to make it easier. So this is basically unrefined cane sugar, and it is natural. How it's made is you take the sugar cane and it is cold pressed, and the juice has been extracted. And what they do is they heat it on a low temperature and a low flame for hours and hours and hours until it starts to reduce and starts to get sticky and turns dark brown in color. And jaggery, the first cut of jaggery is like it comes in blocks, basically. You know.
Yeah, as good we call it in India.
Yes, good, exactly. And then this is shakkar, which is basically the powdered version. So it's dehydrated and it's like ground into like a powder form.
Yeah, so I can see very well the color of it shows the purity of jaggery. We get a lot of jaggeries, but they can be adulterated as well because there can be refined sugars added to it. And when that sugarcane juice is heated up, it turns brown. So it's like a caramelized stuff that gives it a browny, dark brown tinge. which can you show our viewers again the color of the
Yes.
jaggery? Yes.
Yes.
So this shows the real jaggery, which is very helpful and for the diabetic patients, as well as a good sweetener and a healthy sweeteners for the children, as well as for everybody, rather than the refined sugars. It is pretty good. It's rich in iron. It's rich in many of the mineral contents as well. So adding that as a sweetener in this dish would be adding up health along with the taste. So that is very nice. So what is next?
The one
what
I
is there?
just wanted to mention quickly as well, it's a great blood cleanser.
Yeah, it's a great blood cleanser.
Yeah, I mean, it's it's great for blood cleansing. So yeah, that's just another thing I learned recently. I just wanted
Yeah,
to
so
share.
people will be having the loaves and then will be getting rid of the pimples and getting glow on their skin naturally by adding up this ingredient.
Yes, yes, absolutely.
Hmm.
And then I want to talk about the flour I'm using today. So this is yellow wheat, also known as kapli atta in India. It's a little bit, I'm not sure the camera is picking this up, but it's
Yes,
a
this
little,
is picking up.
it's a
Yeah.
little bit
Can you
red.
just take it on your hand and just rub and we can see the coarseness of this actually?
Or it's like it's fine powder, but it's
a little bit coarse from the flour. I can see the wheat flour that we get in the markets is more coarse than that. So
yes, yes. And this is a little bit red. I mean, I don't know if the camera is picking up the color over here.
Yeah,
There's
the color is a little bit brownish stuff than pure white, which tells that it is a pure wheat. Yes, so it's known as a farro wheat also in many European countries. This wheat is specifically very good in selenium. This wheat is very good in magnesium, manganese, calcium, and specifically it has low glycemic index. So having a low glycemic index, it can be consumed for people who are diabetic, as well as it also is very useful being a gluten-free diet. So it can be used for people who have gluten intolerance and for pregnant women. It is one of the very good sources of calcium and minerals. Therefore, incorporating this kind of a wheat into their diet post-pregnancy and during pregnancy is also very, very beneficial. So that makes it really healthy. And now we are waiting for other ingredients so that we can see how we are going to make a lovely loaf out of it. Yes.
That's a great point. I like the fact that you said it's good for postpartum, like pregnant women, after women come out of pregnancy.
Yeah, and especially during pregnancy, we have so many cravings. The women have so many cravings. So if this dish can prove out to be a very beneficial when they want to have something as a cake and loaves.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention one thing about the gluten. So if somebody has celiac disease, this won't be suitable for them because they're completely like intolerant to gluten, allergic completely. So please consult your doctor before you eat certain flours. But for people with gluten intolerance, you're correct. The intolerance, which is mildly tolerant to gluten, this has low gluten. Because this actually is a native wheat variety of India. It's been cultivated for over 5,000 years now. It's not been modified. And so it is one of our like heirloom varieties that we have preserved, which is why it's got all those amazing benefits, like you mentioned, because it's not been messed around with. I think farming and agriculture these days, when they are growing food, especially staple crops like wheat, corn, rice, tapioca, like all these things, they modify it so that it is higher in starch content and therefore higher in the glycemic index. And then it's low on protein, low on fiber, low on iron, and all those other important things. This is the complete opposite, so it's got higher protein, higher fiber, higher iron, all those things you mentioned.
Yeah,
so
true. And moreover, the best benefit is that your diet basically is having this wheat content, which is totally making it really healthy. Otherwise, the refined flours as well as the wheat flours, they add up to the intestine, they create constipation. So I can see this is rich in fiber as well. So it will prevent many of the gut disorders and is a very good digestant as well. So here you go. What's next?
So the next ingredient is butter. And this is, I would say try and get your hands on like maybe some good quality butter, maybe A2 butter. I'm sure you can maybe explain A2 butter a little bit better since you have Ayurvedic background. But good quality butter is always good.
Yeah, for dairy, if somebody has to choose dairy products, in that case, A2 cow ghee, A2 cow butter, A2 basically is the kind of a protein that is being produced in the body that is helping you to work on your cholesterol levels. And generally, the better butters and the oils that we have, they add up a bad cholesterol to our health that causes heart diseases and other kind of diseases. And this kind of an A2 butter that you are using is pretty healthy because this is working on as an antioxidant also, as well as omega-3 fatty acids. Omega-3 fatty acids are very essential for the body for many vital roles that it plays as a macronutrient and micronutrient level, as well as the synthesis of many other things in the body. So that adds on another health benefit of this lovely dish. So that's pretty amazing, Alisha, to see the ingredients. If the ingredients are so superfoods, now this is what is called as a superfood. And if this is so amazing, I can't wait to see how the dish would look like. Yes.
Thank you. And I just wanted to mention just one other thing, baking powder, of course, because we want the cake to rise and leaven. And also I have left eggs out of this recipe for those who are vegan. It's not a vegan recipe, of course, because it's butter, but it is sourced from the butter. If you source it from local farms, then it is also morally, it is more practical. And regenerative farming is really what, and regenerative agriculture is what I promote these days. So yeah, but you can also get your hands on good quality eggs as well from farms that are antibiotic free and things like that. But yeah, I just chose to leave eggs out for today because I want to also show people that it is possible to bake without eggs sometimes.
Right.
Sorry, and the last ingredient I forgot to mention is yogurt. Again, A2 yogurt preferably. Yogurt is a great probiotic, prebiotic as well, and it's very good for healthy gut bacteria formation and many other things. That will also help in the leavening process as well. Leavening basically just means the rise of the whatever dough or like batter that you're using when you bake, or when you're making bakery goods, basically. And so actually the yogurt, because it has active cultures in it, it will activate that baking powder a little bit more, and it will create more air bubbles, and it will heighten the leavening process really.
Yeah, fermentation would be good, and it has got lactobacillus. So lactobacillus will be adding up with other bacteria to work on the diet to make your gut clean as well as an immunity booster. So a lot of things you have in this. Okay, so can you please repeat the ingredients once again, as well as the quantities, what people need to add up?
Sure, absolutely. So because I have already pre-baked the main loaf to show you all to save time, I am doing a smaller quantity, but I will explain to you the larger quantities. I've chosen like 1/5 of the ingredients over here, but basically what you want is 1 cup of flour, so wheat flour or any flour of your choice. If you're gluten-free, I would recommend quinoa flour or oat flour. So 1 cup, and then 1 cup of jaggery as well, so equal amounts.
1 cup is how much? How much approximately?
1 cup, like the standard measuring. Standard measuring cup, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So 1 cup, but I've taken 1/5 that amount. So I've taken about 2 tablespoons. Jaggery, I've taken 3 tablespoons, 2.5 tablespoons of flour. But go by 1 cup. It's a good measure. And then I've taken 25 grams of butter here, but 100 grams of butter otherwise. And then just a small teaspoon, half a teaspoon really, of baking powder, 1 full teaspoon of baking powder with the full ingredients. This is 1/3, sorry. And so the limes, with the standard measure, you would want 7 limes.
Okay.
I'm using 2 limes, and then you want the zest of 3 limes with 7. You want 3 lime zests and 7 lime juice, like juices.
All right.
So I'm using 1 lime zest, and I'm using.
Right. So what I understand is 1 cup of flour, 1 cup of jaggery. Same amount?
Same amount, yes. If you like it a little bit less sweet, then you can take 3/4 of a cup.
Right. And the butter, as well as a pinch of baking soda and 7 limes. Right.
7 limes, 100 grams of butter, 1 teaspoon of baking soda, 7 limes, and the zest of 3 limes.
Yes, the zest of 3 limes and the 7 limes. Right. Okay.
Yes.
And yogurt, how much?
Oh, yes, yogurt. Sorry. Thank you. Yogurt, 2 tablespoons.
2 tablespoons. All right.
2
So just,
tablespoons.
yes. So just club up again 1 cup of flour, 1 cup of, right. Then
100 grams of butter.
100 grams of butter.
1 teaspoon of baking powder.
1 teaspoon.
Yes, sorry. 7 limes.
Right.
And the zest of 3 limes.
Yes. 7 limes, the zest of 3 limes, and the yogurt.
2 tablespoons.
2 tablespoons of yogurt. All right.
And because we're not using eggs in this recipe, if you'll see, I'll show you the dough, and I'll show you a little trick later on how to make the batter perfect while still keeping the consistency. Okay, so the first thing we want to do is actually start with whisking the butter to make it, again, we're trying to add air into this. So I'm taking my 25 grams of butter, and I'm just going to whisk it.
Right.
Start off slow. There we go. And then we want to take the sugar, sorry, the jaggery, your sweetener of choice, and then add that straight into the butter as well. And then you want to whisk this together to just create a nice consistency.
Okay. So with heat, the butter will melt and the jaggery will mix with the butter actually.
Yes, that's true. So, because I'm using smaller quantities, it will mix differently. But when you use the full measurements, then it will mix better. I will just fold this in just for demonstration purposes. But the butter has been whipped, so that was basically the point. You want it to be nice and fluffy and airy. So that has happened. So I'm just showing as much of this as possible. And then the next thing we want to do is add the rest of our wet ingredients to the batter. So I'll just fold this in quickly. It's nice and aerated. So I'll just now fold that in. And you see that color, like it actually adds a really nice caramel flavor to have jaggery.
Yes. Can you just show to our viewers again? Can you bring the spatula up a little bit so that they can see the blend? Yes, that looks yummy. Right.
And then what we want to do next is add the yogurt.
All right.
So I am doing 1 teaspoon for now. And this really, the point of the yogurt, like I said, is to add some more of those enzymes to, but it also for taste. I mean, it gives it that buttermilk tangy flavor.
Yeah, the
that
dairy kind of. Yeah, the dairy kind of, right.
Yeah, so, and it's nice and sour and tangy. And really what stands out about this dish is that it's nice and tangy. This is tangy and sweet at the same time, a beautiful combination. So it's like a flavor bomb in your mouth when you take a bite. I mean, all the flavors really come together well. So this is the stage we're at, just to show the viewers.
Yes, yes.
And then what we want to do is now we want to add the lime. First, I'm going to zest some of the lime in. And you really just want to use like a small
the grating
grater. Yeah, you want to use the small side.
The smallest one.
And you want to add the lime zest in like this. And really, I like to add a lot more lime zest than usual. So you can go based on your flavor palette and based on your taste, but it really does elevate the dish to add lime zest.
Yeah.
And yeah, try and make sure, I think when you're adding lime zest, especially try and make sure, because you're using the skin, try and buy unwaxed lemons or limes.
Yes, that's very important.
Yeah.
Cleaning them properly is very important. Buying them unwaxed is very important. Make sure they don't have any disease. There's no plant disease on them. They pretty look fresh. And that would be the best. So can you also show our viewers the grading forks that you are using so that they can have an idea which one exactly to use?
Yes.
The little one.
Small one.
Yeah, the little one. Right.
Really small one.
Good.
You can use a microplane as well.
Oh yeah.
This works. This works well. So I'm adding a lot of lime zest, as you can see. So in the normal mixture, I'm just going to talk about the one with the more ingredients. You want to add 3 lime zests, like we mentioned earlier.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, for now this is perfect. This is great. And don't forget to
take the under
much.
Yeah. That has the real stuff. Yeah.
As much as possible. Yeah, there we go. So 3 of those. And then what you want to do is you want to squeeze this in between your hands to release all the juice. You can do this on the chopping board as well. It just takes out all the juice. And then you want to also add in the lime
Please show
juice.
show it in the camera to our viewers. The lime, actually how it looks like. Yes, so you can see very well the seeds which are in between, and you can see the yellowish juicy stuff, which is pretty juicy. That shows how fresh it is. Yeah.
There we go.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So then you want to add 7 limes, like I said. That is really the key flavor over here, that lime juice. At the end, I'll show you the final dish. We will also add we will poke some holes in the loaf, and we'll actually add some fresh lime juice into the cake as well. So that's.
So you need to squeeze the lime. Yes.
Yeah. Try and just get out as much as you can. Hope everyone can see okay.
Yes, everybody can see.
Okay, great. So I'm doing 2 limes in this.
Okay.
2 and a half, I think, should be good. This one. But 7 limes to the home. So just quickly do this.
So apart from the ingredients, it's very important to use them properly, and which product you are using for cooking and baking. That's also very important. So in that case, whatever you are picking up from the stores and how you use them, that makes a big difference on how your dish will actually turn out to be.
Yes,
See
definitely.
how juicy they are.
You want good equipment, absolutely, to make
Yes.
the most. I'm going to add another half.
Okay. So you can see how the lemon juice and the jaggery mixed with yogurt as well as butter is there. Now, when it will be blended, it will make a complete good mixture.
Yes, you can also add buttermilk if you want, but I do prefer yogurt because it's got the more health benefits.
Yeah, and moreover, the consistency I think is more thicker compared to that of the buttermilk. Yeah.
Yes, absolutely, and more protein as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. So
there we go.
Now you'll find that this won't mix very well because of the fat
Water
and the
and oil. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's okay. It will still taste amazing.
Yeah, but still we need to mix it properly so that it blends up well.
Yeah, so what I'll actually do very quickly is I'll just give this one good whisk. And make sure you're not wasting anything.
Yeah, that's also very important because that also adds up with the food wastage on a particular basis. So this is very important part of cooking. Make sure you don't waste up things.
Yes. Yeah, so this will not bind too well because obviously it's fat and liquid, but as much as you can is good. You'll see everything will come together eventually.
Yes, when the butter will melt.
Yeah. And then we add the rest of the dry ingredients as well to the batter.
Yeah.
So right now it's looking a little not the prettiest, but it will come together. There we go. And then now what we want to do separately is we want to add this flour and baking powder separately.
Okay.
Yeah.
So in a separate bowl, you'll be mixing up the baking powder with the flour, right?
Yes, yes. And then you want to give this a whisk separately, like I said, because you want to make sure that the dry ingredients are well incorporated and the wet ingredients are well incorporated before bringing them together so that there's no inconsistency in leavening and in the batter.
Yes, even you can sieve the baking soda into it because sieving will help in mixing up the particles together and then you can mix them. Yeah,
yes, absolutely. Nice. Great tip. Thank you. So I'm now going to add the dry to the wet.
Okay.
And I'm going to give this another whisk. Now everything will come together, you'll see.
Oh, what a lovely color it's showing. It's so creamy and brown, chocolate, biscuit brown, actually. It's a cookie brown color. Yeah.
I'm going to just quickly put on some lights because I'm working with natural light here, so it's getting a little dark.
Sure, no problem. Please go ahead. So.
That should be better.
Yeah, we can see the lemons more yellowish. We can see it's caramelized colors. Right.
Yeah.
So next.
And then finally, the last tip I have now, as you can see, I don't know if you can tell from this batter exactly, but it's not exactly the consistency of a cake loaf, like of a cake batter. It should be a little bit wet, like more like wet. So I'm going to add sparkling water. because this has again that leavening process, and this will make your cake nice and fluffy.
Now that adds up to the point why sparkling water has been added and not normal water or some other water. So what is the secret behind the sparkling water?
Yes, because again, it has the carbon in it to leaven the cake even more. Because we're not using eggs.
Okay.
Because we're not using eggs. So like a lot of vegans actually bake with sparkling water.
Sparkling water. Okay.
It's a trick that we used to use like when I was vegan, and a lot of vegans bake with sparkling water. And they also do, like, if you're doing a deep fry like batter, and you want it to become nice and fluffy and crispy, then sparkling water is the trick. It really
Can you show the viewers the bottle as well before you put in?
Sure, just here.
Okay, just put, and then you can show the viewers so that they can see what sparkling water is.
It's just carbonated water, and I'm going to add a little bit at a time. I don't want to get the consistency wrong.
So how many?
To this, I'm adding 2 teaspoons, but I should say the other, the more of it.
And the main one, how much?
It should be 2 tablespoons for the other one.
Okay. Yeah. Can you please show the bottle to everybody?
It just looks like water, really, but it's got carbon in it, so it'll have bubbles.
Water. Yes.
Yeah.
So it's a carbonated water. Rather than saying sparkling water, it's a carbonated water that will be adding carbon so that it can help in producing carbon dioxide, which will help in fermentation and making it very soft and fluffy. Right?
Yes, absolutely. And it works really well with the yogurt as well. They all feed off of each other,
Yes.
So I'm just going to give this one last whisk.
Okay. That goes more smoother. It's yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
There we go. So this is done. This is your batter, and now you just want to put this in your baking tin, in your loaf.
Right.
And you want to bake it. I will give you all the oven settings and the timings. So what you want to do is, while I scrape this off as best as I can, I'll give you those details. So it will be. I'm saying this in Fahrenheit. You can do your metric conversion, but it will be 325 degrees Fahrenheit.
Right.
For 25 minutes.
For 25 minutes. Do we need to preheat it?
Oh, sorry. Yes. Preheat the oven for 10 minutes. Right. And it should be on the fan setting. So don't do it on the grill. Don't do it on the oven grill. Don't do it on the oven,
right.
Broiler.
So on the fan setting, right? On the fan setting, 10 minutes preheat it. And then what temperature did you mention?
325 degrees Fahrenheit.
325 degrees Fahrenheit for how much time?
25 minutes.
25 minutes. So for 25 minutes.
It should be perfectly cooked by then, and it should be nice and goldenly brown on top, and nice and fluffy and light and aerated on the inside.
Right.
So this is done. I'll just quickly put this into the loaf. Like I said, for this one, I'm making a smaller quantity because I have already made the the loaf before. I've pre-made it so that we can save on time over here.
And then just tell our viewers as well which dish you are using and how to bake it as well. What will be the...
Right. So what I do is, this is not a loaf tin. I'm just using a very small baking dish, but you should, for the recipe, for the quantity I gave you, use a loaf tin. That comes out really well. So you want to use your loaf tin, and then you want to line it with some parchment paper or some baking paper.
All right.
Yeah, and a trick that I like to do with baking paper is I like to scrunch it up first. because it
Okay.
can be really hard. It can be really hard to set properly.
All
So I like
right.
to scrunch it up first, and then I like to open it up, and it sits really nicely after that, as you can see.
Okay. Okay.
So
So that's a good
what
idea. Crunching up the paper before you put it on the plate. Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So all ready.
There we go, and then you can put this.
Do we need
back.
to any oil it or like grease it with any of the lubricants of stuff with butter or stuff, or is it fine?
Yeah, I mean, if you're using parchment paper, baking paper, then you don't need to. If you're going to put it directly into the loaf tin, then you would need to butter it. Yes.
All right.
Yeah. So this is
Here
done.
we
So
go. Here we go. All the ingredients are already blended.
also want to show you, you can
Yeah,
see that
the
those
bubbles.
bubbles from that fermentation, it's already kicking in and starting.
Yeah.
That's
A
how you know.
a good bubbly dish, right? I'm sure
Yeah.
kids are going to love this.
Yeah, I think so. If you like tangy
Definitely.
desserts.
Kids always love spongy, fluffy, things that are more this kind of a stuff, and we can like, this is really looking very good. Yeah.
And like I said, I'm not generally a baker, but this is a pretty foolproof recipe. I mean, it's so easy if you just get all your measurements right. And I have a tip, and I did make this mistake today when I was pre-baking my loaf. Don't open the oven for the full 25 minutes. Let it cook, let it rise. The minute you open it, it'll sit.
Yeah, that's very important actually.
It's important, and I made a rookie mistake, and I opened the oven at I think 20 minutes just to check, and it had risen so beautifully, and then it just came back.
So what do you advise our viewers, like what should be done?
Don't open the oven. Let it cook. Trust the process. The timing is right. The temperature is right. It's not burning. It will cook beautifully from the inside, especially on the fan setting. Don't open it. Don't make the same mistake I did. You'll see in a second. I'll show you what happens. So with this, you just want to nicely set it. So like this, just spread it out and make it look nice. And there you go. And I mean, do it in a loaf tin, like I said. And then you want to pop this in a preheated oven, and I'm just repeating, 325 degrees Fahrenheit for 25 minutes on the fan setting. There we go.
Yeah, 325 degrees Fahrenheit.
Yes.
25 minutes now, we are going to put it in the oven. And remember not to open it. Be patient. Your dish would be really yummy and fluffy, but you need to be patient. And if you lose the patience, you lose the dish.
Yeah, like I did. So I'll show you what happened to mine. We make mistakes over here as well. It's okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, it had risen so nicely. But you could see that golden color, you know. But and it's still really nice and fluffy on the inside. But it sunk a little bit. So apologies to our viewers.
But still, it looks good. It's a good bread, seems to be.
Thank you. And I'll just teach you how to take this to the next level. I'm going to do, I'm going to add some more lime juice into this. I'm actually going to, while it comes out of the oven and it's still hot, you want to poke holes like just little holes like this.
Okay. Till when it is just warm, then we need to take it out and poke holes into it with the help of a toothpick, right?
Yes. Toothpick is the most useful thing you can do. So yeah, you don't have to do as many as I'm doing, but I like for the lime juice to go through.
Go inside. Okay. This is for the lime juice so that it can penetrate deep inside, and that will be adding up to the flavor as well as the softness to the thing, right?
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to empty some lime juice into a bowl first.
Okay, so you're going to empty some lime juice in a bowl separately, right?
Sorry. Should have shown this.
Apologies.
Yeah. Just here. Let me clear some bowls actually. everything. So yeah,
Perfect.
so just a little bit of lime juice, and make sure you squeeze it like twice, 2 to 3 times to get all of that juice out. There's always extra juice lying. And just slowly with a teaspoon,
Okay.
you just want to pour this over
All right.
your cake, your loaf like this.
So wherever the pores are, you can just pour it uniformly so that it can get spread up and it can get absorbed properly in the whole dish. Right.
Yes. And you know, there's a different flavor to fresh lime as opposed to cooked lime.
Yes.
So this, you know, if you've lost a little bit of that lime flavor, which it still has a lime flavor, the cake without this, but this just adds that little bit of freshness back, you know. I mean, I really, it's like the bane of my existence when I go and I have like a key lime pie or a lime loaf or something like that, and it doesn't taste like lime at all. And you know,
for that,
so this,
good quality limes, using them fresh and cutting them when you have to use, that is very important. If you keep it for some time, it will get bitter and stuff. So
yes,
that looks very fabulous. That's nice.
And then the last thing I want to do is just add a frosting. Now, frosting is generally made with icing sugar, and that is refined sugar, and you know, all sorts of things, double, triple refined, whatever. So really not recommended, especially if you have health issues. You know, I think once in a while, if you want to treat yourself, that's okay. But I have a really, really simple foolproof recipe for a good frosting. This is just cashew paste. This is soaked cashews.
All right.
And blended with a little bit of water.
Okay.
I'll give you the measurements for this as well. So this is 1/4 cup of soaked cashews in hot water. You can just soak them for 10 minutes, you know. So 10 minutes in hot water. And then put them in the blender with 3 tablespoons of water.
3 tablespoons of water. All right. So basically there are soaked cashews in warm water. You need not to boil them. So don't add it to the boiling water. They are with the warm water. You warm the water separately, add cashews to them, put them for 10 minutes, and then blend them, right?
Yes.
With 2 to 3 spoons of water. That's what, because it needs to be thick, I think so, you know?
It needs to be thick. And also because we're adding some more lime juice to this, so it will thin out eventually.
All right. So make sure you don't add a lot of water to this when you blend, because we need to add lime juice a little bit. So it has to have a thick consistency, which is pretty healthy rather than using refined sugars and icing sugars, which adds on with so much of cholesterol and fat and unhealthy diet. This is amazing. This is a really healthy icing, as well as the ingredients are good. Yes.
And you want to add some lime juice and some stevia. I've chosen stevia as my source of sweetener because I don't want the color to change. With Jaggery, it goes like that beautiful caramel color, but it's not what you want for the frosting.
Yeah, stevia, to let people know, it is a plant which is helping you to control your insulin levels, and it's a very good substitute for the diabetic patients to use stevia. It's a good sweetener. Even if you can plant it at your homes as well, stevia leaves are very amazing. You can chew them if you feel you are having sugar cravings, which is pretty healthy as well. And using it in your diet as an ingredient would be the best, healthiest thing ever. So using stevia with the cashew icing is one of the best thing I've ever seen, which is very healthy, very holistic, as well as very spiritual. So talking in terms of sattvic diet, it is countering to that level, which will be helping you to make your taste buds really good, as well as your soul will be also nourishing by this.
That was lovely. Thank you.
No, that really adds on with such a thing. It's very important to add up with the diet, which is healthy, and to cook something and to bake something. And so it's the best baking dish that can be there with this. Okay. So how much lime have you added to this?
So I'm adding 2 limes to it, but before I add one of the limes, I'm going to actually zest a little bit because I want to sprinkle the zest on top for decoration.
Okay, all right, all right.
And for that fresh zest flavor as well. So I'm just going to zest a little bit into a separate bowl over here. And then I'm going to And then I'm going to add the rest of the lime into the cashew.
So again, the zest would be giving a lemony flavor. We have already added it in the dough, basically when we prepared, but now we are going to add it on the top as a topping so that it can give you a tangy flavor. And then we will go with the cashew cream.
Yes. Sweetened cashew cream with stevia and lime.
Right.
I mean, it's really a match made in heaven, I think.
Yeah, I can see that. And it's pretty healthy. Cashews are really healthy. They are so very good in so many ingredients, as talking about their health perspective. So they are immunity boosters. They have got a lot of mineral content as well, vitamins and stuff. So in that way, they are pretty good. And all those people who can't consume cashews as such or have heating tendencies, very good alternative. So sometimes people say, if I eat cashews, I get mouth ulcers, or I have got issues because it heats up. So I think lemon basically is also like a cooling agent. That's why we take lemonades in summer. So that will be adding up the cooling stuff to it. So that will be a good combination from my side.
You learn something new every day. I did not know that.
Yeah.
Great. Okay, so this is done. I'm going to quickly plate up. I don't know how much time we have.
No, we have time. Take your own. Take your time. No hurries, no worries, right? It's going to be so good. So let's have it.
So yeah, I'm just going to add that second lime now into the cashew cream.
Okay.
And this is going to be the perfect consistency. So 2 limes into the measurements I said earlier.
2 limes into the paste of cashews, which was added up into a lukewarm water or a warm water. Then the paste was made with a little bit of 1 or 2 spoons of water. And we are using plain water here, not sparkle water. And then we have stevia as well separately, and we have the lime zest.
Yes, absolutely. So you want to mix this first.
Okay.
You want to mix the lime juice and the cashew cream first. And this will just become a beautiful consistency. As you can see, it's nice and creamy. It's like a drizzle.
Right.
And I'm going to add the stevia. And the stevia, the measurements for this is one heaping teaspoon of stevia.
1 teaspoon.
Yeah, 1 teaspoon, but it's like a heaping teaspoon.
Heaping teaspoon, all right. So 1 heaping teaspoon is good enough.
It really depends on your sweetness levels, how much you.
Yes, if you really are a sweet toothed person, you can add up a little bit more. Depends upon, you can taste it a little bit before adding up. So if you really like to have something more sweet, then you can add up and see. And otherwise, it's ready.
There we go. It's ready. And now all that's left to do is just drizzle it onto this cake. Sorry, I keep calling it a cake. I mean a loaf.
Okay.
Here we go. Let me just clear all of this.
Yeah.
So
that looks good. Yes. Okay.
Drizzle this on.
Okay. So randomly, you need to move the spoon so that it just gets spread up together. Right.
Yeah. Just like how frosting.
Yeah, the way frosting has been done. Yeah.
Yeah. You can even put it on like a kitchen rack and just pour it straight over and let it drip down the sides for that classic.
Right.
You know?
But then this also has a good benefit, I'd say, because some parts would be without, some parts would be completely soaked into, and some parts would be a little bit mixed with it. So that also is very good. So the art of cooking basically depends upon a lot of designing and stuff, how you make things and what kind of instruments you're using for cooking. And that here it goes. It looks so good.
Thank you. And just a final sprinkling of lime zest over the top.
So all the viewers who are watching us, this is ready for your breakfast, lunch, or dinner as a dessert, whenever and wherever you are. You can quickly bake it and make it, and even order Elisha so that she can send online.
Oh, maybe one day I'll do some online orders. But this is really so easy to make, like I said, you can make this at home and just add a lot of lime zest to the top. It just, you eat with your eyes to begin with. So your dish, your food needs to look good just as much as it tastes good. So there we go.
Wow,
That is
that's so good. This looks so yummy.
Thank you.
Right. So this was our dish, and I would like Alicia, that could you please repeat the ingredients once again, so all those viewers who have just joined us right now can have content of how to process it and what all things to be added.
Yes, absolutely. So I'll start with the batter ingredients first.
Right.
So the batter will be flour of your choice. So I used emmer wheat flour. So I'll say 1 cup of emmer wheat flour, 1 cup of jaggery powder, 1 teaspoon of baking powder. Those are the dry ingredients. And the wet ingredients, you have whipped butter, A2 butter, that is 100 grams. To that, you want to add, you want to add the jaggery to the butter. Yeah. So you want to add the 1 cup of jaggery to the 100 grams of butter. You want to whisk that together. And then you want to add the limes. So it will be the juice of 7 limes and the zest of 3 limes. So you want to add this and give it a nice mix and allow that to incorporate. Then you want to add your dry ingredients of your emmer wheat flour and baking powder. Oh, excuse me, I did miss out the yogurt. 2 tablespoons of yogurt.
Yes.
As well to the wet ingredients, and fold that in as well to the wet batter. Then you want to add the dry batter to the dry ingredients to the wet ingredients, and you want to give everything a whisk together. And then once that's done, you want to add 2 tablespoons of sparkling water, also known as carbonated water, to the mix, just to give it that perfect consistency and keep it light and fluffy.
Right.
And then you want to preheat your oven for 10 minutes to 325 degrees Fahrenheit. And then you want to put it on the fan setting. And you want to add your batter to a loaf tin lined with parchment paper or baking paper. If you're not using the parchment paper, then I would say you need to add butter to the loaf to keep it greased. And then you want to, after 10 minutes of preheating your oven, then you want to add in the loaf. And then once that is done, you want to keep it in there at 325 degrees Fahrenheit for 25 minutes. Don't open the oven, otherwise the leavening process will be a waste. It will sink back down. So allow it to fluff up, allow it to become golden brown, 25 full minutes. And then once that's done, you want to take that out. You want to poke holes with a toothpick into the cake while it's still hot, and you want to add fresh lime juice over the top with a teaspoon, as much as your heart desires, no measurements here. And then what you want to do is you want to add frosting. It's actually a vegan frosting over the top. And that will be cashew paste. So soaked cashews, 1/4 cup of soaked cashews in warm water for 10 minutes. Then you want to blend that, then you want to discard that water that was soaking. And then you want to add those cashews into the blender with,
with a little bit of water you need to add.
Yeah, with 3 teaspoons of water.
Yeah, 3 teaspoons of water, yes.
And then you have your cashew paste, and then to that you want to add 2 to 3 full limes, depending on how thick or how creamy you want the consistency. 2 to 3 limes to that, and a heaping teaspoon of stevia powder. And then give that a nice mix, and then sprinkle that over your loaf and add some lime zest over the top. And there you go. I hope I mentioned everything in that summary.
Yeah, that's really nice. That's really yummy to have, actually. And okay, so apart from this, do you think if somebody has to have add eggs, then what and how many eggs they have to add?
I would say 2 eggs, and then you can omit the carbonated water, And eggs are not like water. They actually are like sticky almost. Like when you so you have to beat 2 eggs and then add them, and that will be the perfect consistency. And then omit the carbonated water.
Okay.
And that will have the perfect consistency.
Okay. All right. So basically, if somebody needs to add up with the eggs, then they can cut out with the carbonated water and add up 2 eggs, whisking them and then adding up it to the batter actually. Right.
Yes.
Okay.
And this,
yes.
Technically, this is a diabetic friendly dessert, you know.
True. A very healthy, in fact, and diabetic friendly as well as environmental friendly, because the flour you've used, the stevia you have used, all these ingredients are pretty holistic, and they can be used widely, and they are also helping you to promote a lot of other stuff. So this kind of a thing basically is really healthy. So apart from this, what do you think, what all can be there that can be added on for the dressing if somebody else likes, like for the kids, if kids like, then what all do you advise?
For the dressing? Oh, you mean for the frosting?
Yeah, for the frosting.
Okay, I mean the cashew, like the lime and cashew and stevia is good enough. But yeah, I mean actually you can get creative over here. It really depends. You can even do like a lime marmalade if you want, and add like a lime jam on top if you want. That would be really good for the kids.
Okay.
And then sprinkle that with lime zest. That's also another idea.
So a lime jam on that, right? That is also a good idea, because then it will be adding up with a little sugary and little crispy stuff with them for the kids to have them, right? And moreover healthy. So how many pieces do you recommend for an individual per plate serving?
I mean, this will probably, one slice per person, this will probably serve easily 8 people, if not 10.
Okay, and moreover, it's light, it's not heavy, because we haven't used a lot of stuff into it. So it's pretty light, as taking up as a dessert, it's good, or having it with tea, or because it's World Tea Day, and very soon we are going to move to Ecuador with our tea guests, and with that also, that will be adding up to it. So one can have it as in a dessert way, or as a part of a snack, or whenever they feel like. And if they have any lemon sugary cravings as well, that time also it can be a good option. And I'd advise this thing specifically. This dish would be very amazing for pregnant women, I would say, because during pregnancy you feel like having some limey stuff and this kind of stuff. So it would be a very healthy and nutritious option for and a woman at that time, or even that kind of a stuff. So that's very, really healthy for that. Yes. So that's so good to process it, and making sure that the ingredients have been taken up well, it's been processed, and as Alicia mentioned, that it should not be opened up immediately. You need to wait for some time, and using the toothpick, you need to poke some holes into it so that the juice can just get in, and that will add up with a great lemony flavor. That was so good. Very nice, Alicia. And
thank you. I wish I could send some to you right now to taste.
Yeah, definitely. Everybody, I think, on board is waiting for you to like just cut it off, and then can we just have a piece and see how it is going? If you look, can you please cut it?
Oh,
can you cut it, and then we can see from inside how it basically is?
So I'll cut it from here.
Okay. Wow. Let's see how softly it has been cut. Nice.
It's very soft, and it's
like pretty soft.
It's nice and fluffy, but also a little bit dense on the inside. So me personally, I actually really like dense but a little bit fluffy cakes. So this is perfect.
Yes.
I don't know if you can see that.
Can you just yes.
There we go.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see that. That's good. And so the Jaggery has given its good color, and the emerald flour has also given it a good color. So you really need not to give into any additive stuff, and there are no artificial flavors into it, which is very good. So it's pretty natural, and the natural taste of the emerald flour, basically, along with the Jaggery will be, I can imagine how well it will be actually. So
Thank you. Yeah,
that's
actually all natural ingredients, nothing synthetic over here.
yeah,
It's all natural.
pretty great. That's pretty nice because
And that's really good for a healthy meal. I know a lot of the times people get really uneasy with going down the route of becoming healthy. But if you just keep all your ingredients natural, then you're on the right track. I think that's a really simple way to just, start.
right. So if roughly, can you just tell us like estimating how much calories this would be? Any idea?
I did not calculate the calories, unfortunately.
Okay. All right. But what I can see basically with the carbohydrate content, because the glycemic index is low, that would be a great option for an individual to take up on that actually.
If
So,
you're on a calorie deficit, this is good. The cashews are heavy though. The cashews are one thing that are fatty and heavy, as well as the butter as well, of course.
yeah, but still, I think so. One piece or one slice or two slices is good enough for having per meal. If you have it in excess of everything is bad. So if you're having it a lot, that's a separate issue. But still, I would say it's far more better than the artificial flavored cakes and stuff and pastries and other stuff, which is damaging many things. So this has got rich antioxidants and rich stuff of minerals and
better. Yes.
yeah, and moreover, it's gluten-free, it's vegan, so it has got a natural sweetener. The jaggeries and the stevia makes it so best. So it can be used in wide variety of people. So people who have high cholesterol, they can go for it a little bit, or people who have diabetes, they can go for it, basically. And in fact, who are with celiac disease, as you mentioned earlier, or who are having problems with the gluten, who are gluten intolerant as well. And secondly, it has got A2 cow ghee or butter that is being used over here. So that makes it much more adding up to this dish, which is very lively, I would say. So
I think for gluten-free, I would recommend oat flour because oats
it's a good combination. Yes.
Yeah.
So in that case, if you add up, if you give an option for an oat flour instead of that, then we need to soak the oats before, or how?
No, you can just you can get rolled oats, and rolled oats, and you can just blend them in your blender until it's
how much oats would be good then? 1 cup of oats, the same as that? 1 cup. Okay.
Alisha, global namaste to you and global namaste to Amrita. Alisha, this looks delicious. Can you actually bring the final product nearer the camera so we can gorge into it? Yes, bring it much closer. Carry on, and still carry on. There you are. If you just hold it still for a while, I'm going to remove the other spotlight so viewers can take a picture and maybe have their mouth watering, and that looks beautiful. You can see it very clearly now. Dripping with your creamy, limey sauce, looking wonderful. Thank you, Alisha. People can have captured the picture for you. Thank you. And Amrita, let's remind our viewers that we are broadcasting live on YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, Periscope, website, so they can spread the words to their friends, whichever country they are connected to us, and the same links become recording later, and people can watch it later. And just before we move in 5 minutes to Ecuador, where the time is early in the morning there, Alisha and Amrita. Alisha, I think we've got an exciting thing. You have actually started a resort that is not going to only talk about cooking, but yoga, meditation, and things. So can you, over the next 5 to 10 minutes, tell us about the resort, and then we'll travel to Ecuador. Over to both of you. Thank you.
Yes, thank
Yeah,
you.
your retreat resort that you were talking about, definitely everybody would love to listen. Where it is, tell us a little bit about Kasoli, tell us about the place because it's from Himachal and in the hills, I can really imagine. And we have got lovely, lovely retreats over there. So, what your retreat place looks like and what it is like serving, what all kind of things you have for us, please tell us. And its name is Windsor Resort, right?
Sorry?
What's the name of the resort?
The name of the resort is Windsong.
Wind Song, which is so
Yes.
beautiful. The songs of the wind. I would, the moment I like read it, that's amazing. And I think the song of the winds in the hills is very beautiful. And the natural sound that comes from the trees when they,
Yes.
hustle bustle. And specifically, I think in that zone, we have pine trees, we have cedar trees, a lot of those trees, and they're very tall trees. And when even a little breeze blows, the foliage just moves and there a specific, very sweet voice comes. So that wind song retreat basically is one of the very beautiful words. So please tell us about your resort.
Thank you for the plug. And yes, the property is called Windsong. It's for intimate retreats. So the maximum we go up to is 10 people.
Wow,
we
what a
will-
gorgeous resort it is. We can see over here. Yes, please
So
go ahead.
yeah, so sorry. Yeah, so we have wellness programs running over there. And we have also for people who don't want to do fully comprehensive programs for set days, people can go and stay over there and they can just opt for wellness features. Like we have a wellness menu, we have a guided nature trail in the mountains, we have forest bathing, we have yoga, we have spa treatments, Ayurvedic spa treatments.
Okay.
Which serve different purposes in your body, and they help your body just function better and also relax you and de-stress you. And also for the comprehensive programs, what we do is we have two main comprehensive programs. One is a 3-day yin and yang program.
Okay.
And that is a balancing and healing program. For those who may be struggling with emotional imbalance, physical imbalances, and really just want to center themselves and find a balance in their life. So we have a lot of therapies included in that program. So I'll just give a few examples. We have yoga, nutrition, and the nature walks included in all, like both of our programs. So that is included in yin and yang. Plus in yin and yang, we have sound therapy with Tibetan bowls. We have art therapy as well. And we do all this outdoors. Sound therapy we do indoors, but everything else is pretty much done outdoors if the weather allows for it. Yoga is done outside in the lawns. Art therapy is outside in the, under the gazebo. We have a lot of stargazing. We have moon meditations. We have breath work. We have pranayama sessions. So many things included, guided nature trails. And then we have a 5-day mind, body, soul detox program. And this is basically a rejuvenation and de-stressing program. And I think this will resonate with a lot of people because the hustle and bustle of everyday modern living has caused a lot of stress in people's lives, 9-to-5 jobs, pillar to post, traffic, noise pollution, light pollution. Your senses and all your senses are always heightened, And so this is for people who are struggling with stress, really. And feel like they need a getaway and really, so that's why this is a 5-day program. You really don't want to rush your rejuvenation and de-stressing program. You really want to understand also how you can take these concepts and incorporate them in your everyday lives. That is the key over here, because you are going to return back to your everyday life at some point, and you want to make sure that you use these things. Okay, you may not have the art, you may not have the sound therapy available to you or this or that, but you have certain concepts that you've learned and you can incorporate them into your lifestyle and make long-term lifestyle changes which are lasting. So the 5-day mind, body, soul detox program also has nutrition, it has yoga, and it has the walks included. The walks are a little bit different. So each day is different. There's a day for the mind, the day for the body, day for the spirit, soul. And then there's a day of silence and a digital detox, so no phones, so nothing to do with digital screens or anything like that. So it's a complete detox and rejuvenation and de-stress.
That's very good. I can see the resort and the pine trees as well, and the grass lawns which are outside, and I can imagine how well and beautiful environment this is that will be giving a good aroma of the pollens that are around, as well as the kind of retreats you're conducting. They're pretty holistic and they sound really good, and it's a good initiative on your part. So congratulations for that. And yes, if you plan a holiday, if you wish to go for something where you need a change from the hustle bustle of your life, please book with Alisha. This resort seems to be very beautiful. And because I come from the valley of the Himalayas, I can assure you this would be an amazing experience. Thank you so much, Alisha. Global Namaste to you. And we have our guest over here who is going to join us very shortly. Priscilla from Ecuador. So it is morning over there, and a very lovely morning to you. Global Namaste, Priscilla ji from India. This is Amrita, and we welcome you to this episode of ours. Today is World Tea Day as well, and we would have no better expert than Priscilla, because Priscilla is in the field of tea from so many years. So Priscilla is a tea sommelier, a tea designer, a tea tester, and she has 10 years of experience in the world of tea, studying with the teachers from different parts of the world: China, Japan, Korea, Germany, UK, USA, Mexico, Argentina, and Ecuador. Her studies and practices Japanese tea ceremony in MOA school for last 6 years. She has been directing tea experiences in different countries and enjoys tea teachings. Now she's trying to grow the tea culture in every country, as well as her own country, Ecuador. So heartiest welcome to you, Priscilla ji, to this World Tea Day. And I wish you a very healthy and very prosperous World Tea Day. May you keep spreading the aromas of the tea globally. So over to you. The stage is yours, please.
Good morning from here, from Ecuador, and have a wonderful day in any place of this beautiful world you are. I'm having such a small party, but tea party here. But I hope I can share with you guys all these really good recipes that you have been people have been sharing with us, and this is great. They sound delicious. And anytime that I hear the recipe or saw a beautiful or delicious dish, the first thing I think is, what tea I will add to that one? It's what I always am thinking. So today, being together, celebrated baking day and tea day.
Yeah.
Sorry, there was an advertising in my camera. Going together, both of these great days. This is such a good idea that we can do. Well, thank you for your presentation about me. I hope we all can learn from this session. And please, if there's any question, let me know in any moment.
Before we start, please can you tell us, before we start, sorry, please, we would like to know what all things you have done in the sector of tea, and globally, what all work you had been doing, what all varieties of teas have you included, and what are the benefits and in general, and then we'll move to the main session of yours. So please.
Sure. Thank you very much. Well, I have choose some teas for today. They are very special to me. We will start with a cold brew tea because sometimes people ask me, how do you prepare real cold tea? So as you can see, well, this bottle of tea has been in the freezer for 8 hours, the whole night. You can put your favorite tea. In this case, I'm using a sencha flower. But sorry, English is not my main language. So if
No,
I
no worries.
apologize,
Could you please
I
repeat the name
apologize.
of the flower?
The flower is cherry blossom, sakura
Cherry blossom
flower.
flowers, sakura flowers, right. The cherry
Yes,
blossom flowers are very good in Japan, and the whole Japan just blooms with cherry blossoms. And
yes.
yes, so can you please tell us about this? How did you prepare? So right from the plucking up of the flowers, and then what have you done with them? Please tell us.
Yes, I received this beautiful, good scented matcha sencha, this beautiful sencha with this a whole leaf tea, green tea from Japan, and it's scented with sakura flowers. It's very traditional for springtime in Japan.
Yes.
So I prepare it by cold brew, like I said, adding water and adding tea, and leave it to the freezer
How
for
much
8
water and how much
hours or more.
how much water and how
Sorry,
much tea?
I think this is a liter of water,
Okay. And how many
and
tea leaves?
like showing in this spoon
Okay.
is like three of these kind of
3 of these, right.
spoons that will be big spoons,
Right.
not tablespoon, but the big ones.
Big spoons, right. Okay.
Yes, but you can have more because with this method, with this cold brew method, you will avoid bitterness.
Okay. And the
So
water is a
it
normal
is
water?
normal water.
Drinking
Yes,
water,
not
normal
heated.
drinking water, normal
Yes,
drinking water at room
drinking water.
temperature. Right. A normal drinking water at
Yes,
room temperature. Okay.
yes, room temperature, and you can put it during the 8 hours on the freezer or even room temperature.
Okay.
And you will have real cold tea for your breakfast or for your evening or for summer. So let me show you this. This tea has a very beautiful color.
And do we need to
choose
shake
this
it?
glass because no strongly, but maybe just in circles.
Okay.
And you have to make sure that you need to have one of these bottles who has a strainer.
All right. Okay.
And if somebody has this special bottle with this strainer, you can always put a strainer inside your bottle.
All right. Okay.
And that will be interesting to make circles, not to shake, it's not necessary, but to make circles.
Okay.
And I'm serving this tea. Would love to share it with you personally, but you can see the green color from sencha tea.
Yes.
It's very beautiful. It's very refreshing, and I can assure you the smell is great. Even it's cold tea, its aroma, it's great, especially because of sakura flowers.
Yeah, so I can really feel the aroma of the sakura flowers actually. So what I wanted to know was, when we are adding up the tea leaves and water, after that, we need not to shake it. Just put it in the fridge.
Yes, just put it in the fridge.
Right.
And remember, when we have tea leaves, they are reduced, they are dehydrated. And when we add water, they hydrate and they grow.
Yeah.
So it will fill more the bottle than we will think.
Right. That's why you added up just 3 big spoons, because that is going to add up to
Yes.
the complete stuff. Right. That makes
Yes.
sense. Hmm.
Because it's very important that leaves can develop, they can blossom and give us all the nutrients to the essential oils, vitamins, catechins that are important to and smelly tea, but also a healthy beverage.
Okay. And a very important thing is because it's like uncooked and unprocessed. So basically, most of the times it can lead to fermentation. So what do you recommend? In how much time it has to be consumed?
This needs to be consumed in one day.
This has to be consumed in one day.
Yes, yes,
So
because light and extra water or humidity, it dependent in what part of the world are we living, but humidity or maybe even into the freezer, there are other food inside. Yes, so they can cross-contaminate.
Right.
The flavors and the smells.
Right. So yes, that is also a very important point, that food, how you keep your fridge, also a refrigerator is very important, because if there will be any added aromas that will be catched up with this and may disturb the whole sense of making up this cherry blossom tea. And secondly, so suppose I used 1 glass right now and I need to take it after 2-3 hours. So should I keep the bottle in the fridge right back, or can I keep it in the day outside so that I can consume it completely?
You can put it back to the freezer and it will be okay. But the liquor from the tea needs to be consumed as soon as is possible.
Possible. All right. So if you need to plan, if you're planning that tomorrow you want to have the Sakura tea, you need to just make it right away, few hours before, and then consume it with the very next day. That is so amazing. And I think the aroma of the tea leaves that are blended from Japan also has an amazing quality. And tea as such has so much of things to tell, because the leaves are so rich in volatile oils as well as the aromatic oils, which has so many properties on the basis of medicine, health, as well as emotional health, because teas add up to your emotional health, which makes you healthy, feel good, you feel light, you feel glowy in a way that you want to have this flavor today and that flavor tomorrow. I also am a tea lover, holistic tea lover, and I prepare so many teas of my own flavors. Well, but you made me add on and take me to Japan, where I can just imagine the pink flowers everywhere and the blossoming stuff. And that's a very good thing. And can you just tell our viewers about any of the benefits that specifically this tea has?
Well, this specific tea, because it's a sencha tea, is a Japanese green tea. There are many beautiful, amazing things to say from one tea, that it's I don't want to keep them from another. Well, I have said this before many times, but I think it's very important. When we have a tea beverage, it needs to come from Camellia sinensis. The tea plant name is Camellia sinensis.
Right.
It grows in Asia. So it was discovered more like 5,000 years ago in China. And during the human's history, it spread with the civilization, and its civilization adapt their preferences for creating an amazing tea in these desires and these wishes. So when tea went to Japan, when tea arrived to Japan, they start directly drinking green tea.
Okay.
What's the difference with green tea in Japan? It's that they stop the oxidation process in the leaves through heat, but
Okay.
humid heat. In
Okay.
China, what they do is stop the fixation, the oxidation with heat, like in a wok with hot heat.
Okay.
What they do in Japan? Yes. Sorry, I think you had a question. I'm sorry. But what they do in Japan is to stop the oxidation with heat, with humid heat. So the leaves will be more marine, more mineral, more like sea level flavors, fresh, maybe with a little hint of mint. And I think this is one of the most important benefits, the joy that creates for you, the good feelings that creates for you. For me, this is the number one benefit of tea.
Okay.
Also, green tea has a lot of vitamins, has a lot of micronutrients in a small quantity, but tea is a super supplement. Sometimes they call it superfood, but it's not a food completely. It's not superfood because it has no enough nutrients or proteins for being a superfood, but it's a super supplement because of vitamins, because of minerals, because of micronutrients, oil, essential oils it has. And they always ask me if tea has caffeine, like in a non-healthy context. And I always say tea has caffeine. Indeed, tea has caffeine. It's not as much as coffee have, is less than a half, that a strong matcha shot, the stronger you can think, won't have even half the caffeine that tea has, that coffee, has. But there's a very extra plus that tea has, is a amino acid. It's called L-theanine, and it makes yes, L-theanine, and it makes that caffeine goes liberated slowly. L-theanine does not make, this up and down rushes of caffeine. Yes. So yes, we have caffeine, but this is a very healthy way of being liberated in our system.
Yeah, that's amazing. This is very important because what people think about tea and stuff is a very different concept. And I personally feel really very happy to meet a lady who is a tea lady, basically, because this kind of a stuff, when I talk about a little bit, because I come from an Ayurveda background, and in Ayurveda there are specifically a lot of ingredients which are in the form of infusions which are recommended, and we call them as peya. So in the form of peya, they are recommended in so many forms, whether you are sick, whether you are healthy, as a part of your healthy diet. And teas and decoctions of this kind make a very important part. And because you mentioned that this kind of a caffeine or thiophene levels are not basically damaging you because they are slowly getting absorbed in your body. Therefore, they are helping to vitalize your body, turning your sympathetic nervous system to a parasympathetic mode where you are feeling relaxed. So it acts as anti-stress. It's a calming substitute coming from the hustle bustle and tense life, and over and above, it is hydrating. So the best thing I like about tea is that it helps you in hydrating as well. Otherwise, people don't drink water. And through these teas, so you'll see with your tea, people can drink 1 liter of water at least with the flavor, which is pretty good enough to keep themselves hydrated, to get nourishment, to get minerals, as you said, amino acids, as well as the vitamin stuff and antioxidants are full. And that is very pretty interesting to know how the tea leaves are being processed. And I got a chance to go to a tea factory because I come from Himachal and we have a local tea called as Kangra tea, and I love eating, like drinking it basically. It has a very different aroma. I will definitely share it with you. And the tea, how you process it in the factory, whether you're giving it a heating stuff or you're giving it a cold or a humid stuff, changes the whole sense of the tea and the kind of aromas it will be giving to your to the tea itself and the benefits on the health basis. So the tea that you select from every country is pretty different, and they have their own amazing benefits because they are virtually herbs, as you mentioned. And apart from this, can you tell us what other kind of teas do people in Japan drink, and what all are your experiences about the teas that you advise people to have?
As you said, being in a tea factory is such an amazing experience. I had the chance of being in tea factories in China, in Japan, and actually here in Ecuador, we have a small tea factory that produces CTC and in the jungle, in the Amazonian jungle. And I could say all these different places with these different terroirs and the different countries and methods makes each tea unique. In Japanese and in Japanese tea ceremony, we value a lot the ichigo ichie, which means the moment never repeats.
Yeah.
Like if tomorrow to this same hour, you and I will talk together and we will talk about tea, our conversation will be totally different because every moment is unique. So every teacup is unique, every tea factory is unique. And of course, every tea from every country has its uniqueness. So as I was saying, in Japan, they stop oxidation by heat, wet heat. So the smell is amazing. Even being during the processing of the fabrication of tea, it's a totally different experience. It's like being surrounded by the perfume, but a very delicate perfume that has tea leaves, the nature, the flowers around. When in Japan you have very near the ocean, so even an ocean breeze is near. So that's what I like to remember and to evocate when I drink teas from Japan. And there's this philosophy and this respect, this kind of respect from the artisans, from the growers, from the people who fabricates the tea, for people to fabricate the utensils, from people who fabricates the meals that we are serving with the tea. And the idea is to do your best job to serve your people in your table or in your tea house. So it's beautiful, prepare, and very important to choose every detail for your guests. What aroma will my guest enjoy? What meal or snack or my guest it requires many things and devotion, beautiful, the many things that tea has taught me. It has been an amazing teacher.
Okay, that's very wonderful, and it's just so important to know like which kind of aroma you want to serve your guest is so important. So basically makes the mood fabulous, and you make the environment fabulous, and the whole stuff goes so good because choosing a right tea for yourself, in fact, I would say, at the right moment of life is also a very important concept because, yeah, the aromas make you feel very different at different times. Yes. So what next do you have for us today?
Okay. I had this amazing perfume like Sakura Sencha tea. And I also have here some cold water,
Okay.
hot water, I'm sorry,
Oh, hot water, right.
for preparing very special teas. I had this very special, very, very special tea for you guys. Let me show you. Yes,
Ah,
this, yes, this
these
is
are the
a
twigs
very,
or
yes,
leaves.
this is twigs and leaves.
I can see
Yes,
that. Right.
it's
What
a
is it?
very, very rare tea that I'm very happy to share with you guys. So, chawan or tea or tea bowl. This is its name says trabo. I want to pronounce it correctly. Trabo, which is a species of white tea, sun-dried from Vietnam.
From Vietnam. Okay. So
Yes,
this plant basically is a herb or what?
I'm sorry.
This plant is a herb, like it is a small tree, or it is a herb?
It is again Camellia sinensis. For being,
Okay, but from
like I
Vietnam.
said before, yes, like I said before, for being called tea, it needs to come from the tea plant, which is
Yeah.
Camellia sinensis. But we are more often to see Camellia sinensis in this presentation, like tea leaves, loose leaves. I got this very special one for sharing with you guys in the
Right.
tea day and the baking day. And this is a botra. It's a white tea, sun-dried in Vietnam fields.
Okay.
The smell, it's not as strong as maybe a green tea, because
Okay.
this is a white tea, like I say, just sun-dried, but the color will be very interesting in a couple minutes.
Okay.
I wanted to share with you this very unique way of present tea, which is like a beautiful small broom of tea with old tea leaves from the old trees, ancient trees, and the only fabrication process they have is sun-dried, only
That's pretty
sun-dried.
natural.
And
That's good.
very natural.
So could you please
And
tell our viewers about how much quantity of these twigs have to be taken and how much water if they need to prepare it?
Yes. Well, the grower recommends 5 to 6 leaves or one piece, 100 degrees in boiling water for 5 minutes.
All right.
So we will have to wait. We will golden light color. Yes.
All right. So preheated boiled water at 100 degrees and then 5 twigs in general that will be added up. So in the twig, you'll be adding up the boiling water and wait for some time till the color spreads. Okay.
Yes. The way of tea, it's a way of patience. So patience for having a long night, healthy cold tea. Time, patience for a beautiful, amazing, unique, and it helps, it nurtures your spirit, your soul, not only your body, which is important. But we are drinking patience. We are drinking the work, the power, the energy that the growers put in each tea. So we need to be respectful with them and enjoy it correctly.
Right. And so how much like this preparation, can it be stored for some time or it has to be instantly taken up?
We need to take it to drink it instantly. Like this is a big piece of tea. Of course, we can prepare many infusions from this piece of tea.
Right.
Maybe like the whole day. It might last the whole day.
All right. So once used, now then after that it has to be thrown away. You cannot reuse it.
We can reuse it. Of course, we
Okay.
can. One of let me just put it here mixed into a plate because the infusion I think is ready. As
Oh
you can see,
yeah,
has
you can see the colors, you know, the natural colors of the leaves basically, and that has
yes,
all the content into it, and that's the real stuff of
that's
what
the
is it
real stuff.
here.
It's a beautiful
Yes,
golden,
yes.
bright,
So yes,
yes,
to let
deep
the
golden.
viewers know that every quality of leaves from country to country with the teas may vary, and the colors of that may also vary. And a good goldenish color to this light brown color to the greenish color are the natural colors of the tea, which are healthy teas. So make sure the leaves are preserved well. You don't get any infection of fungus or any kind of microbes or any kind of bacteria added into it, and preserve it in a very good place, which is cold as well as not damp and dry, and in a airtight containers for using it. And then we get these aromas. Perfect. Yes. What else do you have for us?
I would like to share something about the meals I have just for today.
Before, just a second,
Yes.
before we move further, is there a change of flavor in a cold tea and in the Vietnam tea? Because though they are from the same flowers, but from different countries. So do you think there is a, like, you must have tasted. So what kind of taste does it have? Can you please tell us, our viewers?
Well, like I said, this is very ichigo ichie. The moment never repeats. Even teas from the same country, but from a different region of that country, or teas that I harvest in different seasons, like summer, of winter, of or autumn, will be taste totally different. The first flush, third flush. So when we have very fresh new tea, like from the start of the season, start of the spring, they will be very strong in flavor, because the plant has been like sleeping for summer, for winter, and when the plant grows, wakes up, it does with all its strength.
Yeah,
So
all energy.
very,
Yeah.
yes, very smell, very flavory, and many caffeine, L-theanine, and
yes.
vitamins. Yes, it will be a very strong plant. And when they process and into white tea, green tea, yellow tea, black tea, oolong tea, and dark teas, they use different methods of fabrication, which is not a artificial thing. It is not, they are not chemicals involved. Those are just natural processes that direct the plant, direct the Camellia sinensis to each goal. So in white tea, it's almost sun-dried or heat-dried, and fixation, dehydration of the plant. And it's very natural, it's very fruity, it's very floral. When we have a green tea, it depends a Asian method, Chinese or Japanese like. So we will have more vivid flowers, more I don't know how to say. There are many descriptors for green teas.
Yeah, I can
They will be
understand that.
grassy or
Yes.
they will be mineral.
True,
Yeah, and
true.
it changes from country to country.
Country.
Sometimes people tells me, Priscilla, I don't like green tea. And I say, probably they burn it for you. They did not prepare it well. So we need to respect the infusion time and the terroir, what you are mentioning, it's very important, terroir, where the plant grows. In South America, in Africa, in Asia, every plant is different. It's very ichigo.
True, true, very true. And this is very, very good because, the teas basically can act as very rich antioxidants for people. Having these kind of herbal teas can work up with fighting up immunity, especially after COVID when people are so immunity conscious and they are anti-cancerous as well. So basically, Camellia sinensis basically is a plant which is very good herb in itself. And you can see how Priscilla is telling about the processing technique. So patience and living in the moment is very important, and drinking it with the moment is also very important. So what next do you have for us?
Okay, next to I have these. This is also a Vietnamese tea. It's a dark tea that I would like to. I had this crystal utensils. So for showing you guys the difference of the tea leaves. This is a fermented tea.
Ah, I see.
Yes.
Right.
Where dark teas.
Can you please hold in your hand and show the leaves? Yeah.
Okay.
Right. They're long.
Is that good
leaves.
enough?
Yes, good enough. Right.
Yes, they are. And the aroma is amazing. It's amazing. Well, let me tell
feel it from your
let
face.
me tell you about these teas.
Sure.
A post-fermented or fermented tea, it's the only tea that gets better with time.
Okay.
So this is a tea that has been processed, like I said, all natural in its stages. But at the end, the grower adds microorganisms, like in cheese.
I see.
Like they do in cheese, it's just a comparison, but they do it to these thin leaves. So it's a fermented tea, non-alcoholic fermentation, but it's a fermented tea. And with this special quality of this tea, makes it able to work especially with your liver. So it stimulates your liver. Some people may have drink extra or eaten extra fat food. This tea will be perfect. Fermented tea, dark teas will be perfect because they work with your liver. So it will help you with the digestion of their substances.
Right, that's pretty interesting. So if you have fatty liver or if you are having digestive problems, so how are you making this tea? So you've added up the tea leaves in the crystal, and then you're adding up boiled water, I think.
Yes. Yes. Near to boiling water, and adding the tea leaves as I showed you, like 3 grams.
Yeah, 3 grams of tea leaves, and then adding up, how much water do you recommend for the 3 grams of tea leaves?
For it depends on your testing, but I will say at least 7 grams. 1 gram. I'm sorry. Again, English is not my main language. I'm sorry.
Worry.
70 ml of
water, right?
For
70 ml of
or 1.5 gram of tea.
Okay, so 70 ml of water for 1 and 1.5 gram of tea, depending upon how strong or how light you want to have the tea. Okay.
Yes.
All right.
So we will leave this one for another couple minutes, and we will see We will check the color.
Color, right?
Aroma is great.
Right.
Fermented tea has this capacity, this quality, or
So
this earthy smell. Is like if you will be in a meadow and it will start to rain, and you will feel that wet earth around you. This is the amazing smell of this tea. It's
we
very
have Anil Kumar over here. Do you have any comments?
Namaste and hello, Priscilla in Ecuador and Amrita. Priscilla, that was a wonderful presentation by you as usual. You are bubbly. You are such an expert on a tea. You always come and support Healing Our Earth all the way from Ecuador. Before shortly, we'll move on to the co-host of Dr. Amrita to Riddhi Vyas here in London with our resident chef, Daksha. Let us share screen to tell people how to connect with you. And if they want to connect with you, you are on an Instagram as casita_de_te. And what a wonderful Instagram that you have got. I can see some teas and some recipes, and of course the Healing Our Earth tea day flyer, and it's so wonderful. So once again, those viewers who are connected to us on a YouTube, Facebook, Periscope, Twitch, website, you can connect to Priscilla in Ecuador through our Instagram. In case if you haven't grasped it, you can go to the website for today's episode and you can click on her hyperlink. So, Dr. Amrita, let's start saving. We start waving goodbye to Priscilla, and shortly we'll be inviting Riddhi.
I wish I would have more time for you, and I would love to see you again on the platform to share more about the aromas of the tea. That was really wonderful from your side, Priscilla. Thank you so much for coming to the session and sharing such lovely recipes of teas and reminding people, keep drinking, keep sharing. Thank you so much. Global Namaste.
Thank you very much.
And here we have Riddhi, and here we have Daksha ji. Hello, Daksha ji, and hello, Riddhi ji. I hope you've been doing well. Looking at your smiling faces makes me gloom as well. So, very warm welcome to you, where you have, as we have moved to UK. So, a pretty amazing time of the afternoons and the evenings soon to come. And yes, Riddhi, we have the Riddhi as a co-host who will be shortly hosting the session forward. And before she hosts the session, I'd like to read what she is with, so much of stuff. So Riddhi is qualified as a yoga and meditation teacher at Shivananda Vedantic Center and has since developed a passion of yoga, philosophy, and psychology. She further trained as a cognitive behavior hypnotherapist and was fascinated by how teachings from the Vedic scriptures and pranayama have influenced Western psychology. She regularly shares her wellness knowledge and practical experience with the professionals of all ages and backgrounds, providing strategies for emotional resilience by boosting their natural happiness levels and guiding her clients to be deeply energized and relaxed for better work-life balance. Riddhi has also spoken at the British Parliament, Ministry of Defense, corporate law firms, as well as various radio stations and various universities across the UK, with the single aim to raise as conscious leaders. So welcome, Riddhi, on board. The stage is all yours. Please go ahead and make this a rocking evening for everyone. I take a leave from each one of you, but we'll be popping in. You can call me anytime to listen up and to know more what Chef D is going to share about the millets and the wisdom of holistic health and millets that is going to come from the floor of Birmingham. So keep watching, keep sharing. Thank you so much. Namaste to everyone.
Namaste, everybody. Hello, a global namaste to everybody. How is
Namaste.
everybody? I'm sorry I joined quite late today, so
No,
I've
that's
missed
pretty
a
well. You're
lot of
pretty
the
well on
topics.
time. That's fine. And
Sorry,
I
I've
can
been
see
rushing
you're
around trying to
already
get
on
them.
the place where you are ready
Yeah,
with the things. So
yes,
that's
I've been
pretty good.
trying to get organized as fast as I can.
Yeah, and
Yes.
you're looking beautiful with the same
Oh,
stuff of the
thank you.
millet colors. So that is
Yes.
adding up to the today's dish as well.
Oh, I didn't plan that. That's a good one. I like that.
Well, I know so
Good.
so much, and look at her. It is all with the blue and the Namaste background, which symbolizes the Neil colors, all over. So,
Yes,
Absolutely.
okay,
namaste
thank you.
indeed. Thank you so much, Amrita, for hosting a wonderful session. As
Thank
always, keep rocking, keep smiling, and it's lovely to have you on Healing Our Earth.
Thank you.
Global Namaste, Chef D. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. How are you?
Fantastic.
And,
Very
yes,
well. So tell us, what are you going to be cooking today?
right. It's a baking episode, so I'm going to cook some savory muffins made from millet flour, and it's all gluten free. And I'm going to show how we can elevate food to incorporate other superfoods, as much as our millets are superfoods in itself, but how we can incorporate other ingredients, take out unnecessary ingredients, and make a little humble muffin into a super muffin. We're going to put a super cape onto it, and it becomes a delicious super muffin. So that's what we're doing today.
So just
But
before you do that, I have a
yes,
key question for you. When
go
we're
on.
actually replacing the flour with millet, does that actually have health benefits for us?
Yes, absolutely. Obviously, millets. It's obviously millets. The word millet is an umbrella word. There's so many millets underneath that, and in the UK, unfortunately, at the moment, we can't get hold of every good positive millet. I'm working at the moment with jowar, bajra, ragi. The most I can get hold of is samo, a little millet.
Right.
So I'm in the process at the moment to procure some good quality organic millets here in the UK. So that's in the process at the moment. But today I'm working with jowar. And like you said, your question, yes, if we add millets into our diet, whether we're gluten free or not, it doesn't make a difference. But if we can add this into our daily lives, believe me, everybody will see a massive difference in their health. The food that we eat will start healing us. It's all positive. These grains are absolutely positive healing grains, unlike wheat, unfortunately, which we are so used to on a daily basis in any which way or form, whether it's our bread, our roti, or naans, or, crumpets, or anything. We're just so addicted to wheat that this concept of adding something different has become so like, people are making it too complicated. In fact, it's just so super simple. I get a lot of people asking me, okay, if we're taking the gluten out, how are we going to get the stickiness, the binding of that flour? But then we have to learn how to incorporate other ingredients to create that bind and to create that softness. I mean, if you're an egg eater, obviously you can add eggs. If you're a vegan, plant-based, there's other alternatives which I'll be showing you today. So there's so much, knowledge is the key, and this is what I'm here for. And this is my journey to
Thank,
share everything I know, and I'm learning so much more as well. I'm sharing it as I learn as well.
thank
So
you,
it's going to be
Chef
fun.
D. Thank you. You're our resident contributor. So if you could turn your camera into landscape, and whilst you are doing that, host Hidi, let's go and introduce Chef D to the audience. So here it comes on your shared screen. And if you would like to introduce her, and she has set up the camera to the landscape. Over to you, Hidi.
Absolutely. So Chef D is here today with us to bake a healthy millet muffin. Daksha Parekh, aka Chef D, is a British-born foodie. She is filled with passion and dedication for creating delicious vegetarian cuisine, grown from strength to strength with a catering company, snack shops, and restaurants. A self-made businesswoman and a taught specialist vegan vegetarian chef, just my favorite, a pioneer in bringing excellence in catering and cooking for hundreds of thousands of guests at events and restaurant dinners, to destinations, weddings,
since 1995. Wow, so quite a while. Chef D's new journey, educator, chef trainer, business consultant, mentor, and her most passionate new journey, her mission to promote and teach the art of correct, healthy cooking. After losing a loved one to cancer, Chef D realized that there is more to food than we think we know and dived into the world of nutrition and Ayurvedic teachings. Chef D brings her collective experience to all we want to heal and prevent lifestyle diseases with cooking classes, workshops, talks, demos, videos, seminars, and now talks at global events. So all kinds of different ways to be able to promote these nutrition and Ayurvedic teachings. She's also a finalist of the Best Vegetarian Chef and Restaurant in MFDH Awards 2018 and 2019, a veggie virtuoso by Express and Star. And it's going to be a privilege today to talk to Chef D to learn how to actually make these fantastic muffins. I can't wait to learn how to do this.
All right, brilliant. Let me see if everything's working okay. Can you guys see me okay and hear me okay?
Yes.
Right, I'm going to crack on because obviously I've not had time to make you know, a tray to show you the beginning. So I want to pop it into the oven and let's see if we can actually see the end result today. But so I'm going to crack on. What we've got today, I'm going to go through the ingredients as I'm going making it. Yes, everything's on. We're using the vegetables we're using today are zucchini, carrots, radish, and a mild chili pepper. So making this savory, we don't need to put, you know, Indian masalas or anything. I'm trying to make it a nice Mediterranean flavors. So we're going to use basil and oregano as well. So first and foremost, if anybody, however you want to grate this, I've got this fabulous grating machine, so I'm using this. So we're just going ahead and we're quickly grating this into the bowl. So this goes straight into the bowl. And the good thing about vegetables, when we add vegetables to our food, you've got to remember that vegetables all have their own oil as well. So we don't need to add any additional oil. It's just a misconcept that people just automatically add lots of oil to their cakes and to their batters and that. If you add vegetables, remember, you don't need so much oil. So we're going straight in for the carrot as well. As I don't know whether you can notice, my carrot isn't peeled, it's washed with a brush. There are a lot of minerals and vitamins just underneath that skin, which we need. We don't need to chuck it down the sink. So that's going straight in. So any vegetable that we can use the skin, we should use that skin. Just give it a good wash and go straight in and give it a grate. Obviously, you can use whatever size you fancy. If you want to make it chunky, but today I'm just going for a grate. So this is done. I'm going to quickly move this out the way. Oh, hold on, I'm going to get the radishes done as well. So we've got the radishes, just popping it into the side, and they're going to be grated. Radish obviously has its own amazing health benefits, especially for women. It's a hormone balancing vegetable, and obviously the flavors of radish elevates any dish. It gives its own little pungent spice, that underlining spice. It's wonderful. I love it. So right, what we've got now is our grated vegetables are in here. So I'm just going to move my machine out of the way so we've got some space. So to this, we're going to go straight in with the flowers. I don't think you guys can see this very well. I'm going to see if I can just tilt it a little bit more. So we're going to go straight in. Is that a little bit better? I think there we go. Right, we're going to go straight in with the flowers so we don't want to waste too much time. So what I've got here is jowar flour, that's sorghum in English. So we've got 1 cup of jowar flour. We've got
Chef
1
D,
cup
that looks
of,
wonderful. Can you slide the get the camera slightly up so we can look deeper into the bowl so we can see much more clearly.
Okay, let me see if I can sort that out. Bear with me a second.
Yes, because it will be very important as this is going to be an awesome
Is that a
muffin.
little bit better?
Yeah, and if you pull the bowl slightly towards you, okay, now we
There
can
we go.
see the whole, and if you go to your left slightly, the bowl slightly, yes, okay, left,
Better?
yes.
So my left is your right and my right
Okay,
is your
sorry,
left.
now,
We've been a bit
now,
confused.
just 1 second, you're going to left, come back in center if you can, a bit more, just a bit more. Yeah, and pull it slightly towards, yes, that's it, now that
That's
we
it,
can
that's
see
it.
it completely.
Yes, I didn't have time to set this today, otherwise it would have been properly set normally.
I
But,
love your
yes.
sparkling steel bowl, so we can even see the
Yes,
reflection. Yeah, just go ahead and let's
catching the
enjoy.
light. It's catching the lights. So yes, we've put in the sorghum flour. This is 1 cup of ground oat flour. That's going straight in. Now today I'm using a new flour that I've been working with. Now we get this in the UK. It's just a Ferrari atta, but I like this one because it hasn't got any starches in it. It hasn't got potato starch, and the tapioca they're using, it's whole sabudana. It's not just the starch. So this one at the moment is very expensive, but it's working really well, and it's got Rajagro flour in it. Rajagro is Rajgiri as well in Hindi, and it's not in the millet family. It's actually a pseudo cereal, but very highly nutritious. And we've got Singora flour as well, water chestnut. So we're adding 2 cups of this flour to this. Now, normally I would have added ragi. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to get hold of ragi this week. So to this, I'm just giving it a little mix in here. So as you can see, the vegetables and the flours are all mixing together. And it's supposed to be sort of a half and half measurement. You don't want too much flour and you don't want too much vegetables either. So now to this, again, what I was talking about earlier is adding that binding, that element that replicates eggs, and it also gives the flour the glutinous. So this is ground flax seeds. You can use chia seeds as well. This is ground flax seeds, 4 tablespoons, which I'm just going to add some water to it. 4 tablespoons to, you're adding about 1 cup of water to that. And we're going to give it a good mix. So this is going to get nice and glutinous and gooey in about 2 to 3 minutes. So while we're waiting for that, we're just going to add in our other ingredients. Now what I've got next is bicarbonate soda, 1 teaspoon, and baking powder, 1 teaspoon, and I've got Himalayan pink salt, 1.5 teaspoons. So I'm adding that straight in. And obviously it's our savory muffins. So we've got ground cumin, we've got oregano. I tend to use a lot of oregano. It's so highly nutritious, especially for getting rid of viruses in our bodies. So it's amazing. You know, the amazing lady before us, herbal teas. Oregano tea is supposed to be the new superfood at the moment as well. We've got parsley. Now, if you're in a country where you can get hold of fresh, please use the fresh. So we've got ground black pepper, and this, obviously, everything needs a little bit of a balance. So when you're making savory, it can't be completely savory. So I'm using coconut sugar to balance some of the bitterness. Now this little powder here is baobab powder. Baobab powder comes from the baobab tree in Africa. Highly, highly nutritious. It's one of the superfoods. Now this has got a natural lemony flavor. So obviously it counterbalances the sugar we've just added. And what does it do? It elevates our food. It takes it to another level, adds in the superfoods element as well. So we're going back to our flax eggs. And as you can see, it's getting nice and gloopy. Can you see that? It's just falling off my spoon, nice and gloopy. So to this, we're going to add There's one thing I've been working on lately is my own sourdough starters. And this is a gluten-free sourdough starter made from sorghum flour, jowar flour. So to this, today, I'm going to add this amazing, I don't know if you can see the beautiful bubbles in here. I'm going to give it a little mix. And I'm going to add one, let's be a bit generous, and two. There's no measurement. This adds lots of beautiful cultures to this, and the fluffiness will come from this. And it, although obviously it replicates yeast, but it won't give it a bready flavor. It'll still give a nice muffin softness. Now, another one little trick I love to do is where I can add a bit of color. Now, this is spirulina powder. Don't know whether you can read it. Spirulina powder, you can use corallia and just add a tiny little bit. You can use moringa flour to this as well. As you've noticed, although it's savory, I've not added any garlic because today I'm adding some pesto. So pesto has its own oil, and this is a cashew pesto. So it's adding the nuts, the protein, about a good 4 teaspoons of pesto. So we've got some delicious basil in there. So what we're going to do now, give this a little mix. Just get that incorporated in there. Now to this, let's see if this is ready. It is nice and it's come together. So I'm pouring the whole lot in. And you can get in here with your hands. It's perfectly up to you. We'll just mix it with a nice spatula. Go around, give it a mix. As you can see, it's still pretty dry. Now to this, some people you can add some yogurt. I've got some soya yogurt. So today we're making it completely plant-based. So I've got some, where is the plain soya yogurt? So this is about a cupful of plain soya yogurt. Again, this is going to help it rise, bind it all together, and increase all the cultures in there.
So
and that's what we're looking
I
for.
can see that you're using a soya yogurt.
Yes.
Is that better than using the fat-free Greek-style yogurt?
Because I'm talking about plant-based here, obviously Greek-style yogurt is still comes from an animal. You know, it's still, some of it's still made from goat's milk or even dairy milk. So when I say, I wouldn't say soya yogurt is better than dairy yogurt, but it's the alternative, only because the soya, unfortunately, is not always comes from the organic side. But then there again, our dairy doesn't either. So it's like,
we are also pure vegan here, are we?
well, this is a complete plant-based muffin today. So
Awesome.
if somebody wants to do it like vegan, plant-based, why I try to keep a difference between vegan and plant-based, because vegan can get very deep. And I stick to being plant-based because it covers me as a professional chef as well. And doing things, when you say, oh, I'm making a vegan muffin, it becomes very complicated. So I like to stick to plant-based. But yes, if you want to use normal yogurt, you can use Greek style, you can use the skyr, the high protein one as well, etc. So as you can see, this is still a bit gloopy, it's still a bit dry, so don't worry. At this point, you can use some oat milk, you can use water. I'm just going to go in with a little bit of water. Now, there are many muffin recipes on the internet you can see for yourselves as well, but they add so much oil to it, and it's not necessary. Truly, honestly, it's just not necessary. As you can see, with this gluten-free flour, with all the millet flours, they don't need oil. They just cook so beautifully without oil. They don't dry. So now we've got a beautiful, a doughy-like texture. We don't want it like cake batter. We want like a thick doughy-like texture. So are you able to see that? If I lift that up, it's just falling off like just a hard drop. So right, at this point, you can taste it, just check the savoriness of it. If you want to add anything else, you can. there's one thing I need to do before I put this into my muffin tray is cut my chilies. So just bear with me.
Wow, it's coming out beautifully at the moment. Chilies, hello.
Yes. So basically, I'm just cutting this little chili for a little bit of a nice underheat garnish on top. So we're not going for normal green chilies. Obviously, they're very spicy. This
And what are
lovely
these
red.
chilies called for people who want to buy
These
them?
are Thai red chilies. Basically, they've got heat, but they've got still a sweetness to it as well. So they're not incredibly hot. They'll give you a little kick, but still you can manage it, you know?
I can see the host with his mouth watering. Lizzie, what are you thinking?
So right.
Beautiful. The way that you've got different ingredients that have come together. They're not the usual ingredients that one would actually use to make these muffins, but you've got the substitutes, you've got the alternatives. So for example, you're using coconut sugar as opposed to the normal sugar. And I think it's brilliant to use the variety that you have.
Thank you, thank you. So we've got our muffin tray. So this you can use your spray oil, if I can find mine. Whatever's easier for you at home, you can go straight in with spray oil, which is nice and easy. You can go in and just cover it like this. Whatever's easier for you guys. This spray oil, I've added my own olive oil to it, so it's got no chemicals in it. So there we go.
And is this just to stop the mixture from sticking to the tray?
That's right, because obviously I'm not using any muffin cases at the moment. So I'm just using this spray straight away. So we're going to go straight in with our...
And Chef T, how are you going to make sure your portion is consistent? Is there a particular technique you use, the way you scoop them?
Yes, it's obviously, I'm used to it. So it's a good heat teaspoon, just pop it straight in. They'll rise beautifully. You don't want to make them too small.
Just so that it looks like a scoop of an ice cream.
Yes, just like a scoop of ice cream. Some people might even have an ice cream scoop at home, and they're very easy to use. You just go into your batter and scoop it up. Try to keep them consistent, same size all the way through, as you can see.
Chef D, I can see that you haven't used the chilies yet. When did they come in?
I will in a bit if you bear with me.
I think that's going to be sprinkled like how you do the chocolate sprinklers or something.
Yeah. So they're going right. They're going to go on top. So there'll be a nice crunch.
It looks like a wonderful texture.
What do you think, host?
Sorry, say that again. I missed that.
I love the color that has come out. It looks like
we've got a nice minty green, because I use the spirulina powder. So that's created the nice green, color, because obviously our millet flours have got this gray tinge to it. So you can add some turmeric if you want to, turn it a little bit yellow. You can put paprika powder in there, go red. And last week I made some exactly the same thing, but then I added some beetroot powder, and they were all completely red, and it was delicious. So yes,
they can literally be the colors of the rainbow, can't they?
Yes, absolutely. So on top of this, now I'm going in with a couple of the chilies on top.
The added vitamins and minerals make all the difference.
This is it. And then if you've got somebody in the house who don't like cakes and sweet stuff, this is amazing little savory muffin to take, to eat on a Sunday afternoon, or take it for lunch, to work. Now, on top of this, we're going to add a little bit of, if you just bear with me a second, can you see me chopping up a little bit of rosemary?
Yes. Rosemary?
Yes, little bit of rosemary, very finely.
What are the benefits of rosemary?
Rosemary, lots of antioxidants. It's very good for your skin, your hair, and obviously the flavors are amazing. The smell, the aroma, the flavors. And you can't do anything nice and savory without rosemary. I absolutely love the stuff, but I don't like it. A lot of people just add the sprigs on top, and they tend to burn, so you can't eat them.
Right.
So I want to eat them.
Chef D, I'm going to digress slightly over here. I love the
Yes.
way you were julienning and chopping. Now that in itself is a technique. Can you just over the next couple of minutes tell the cooks
Yes.
how best to chop or julienne a vegetable or a fruit safely without cutting their fingers? And what is the technique you use so that you're very consistent and fast?
Okay, let me pop this on top and
Sure.
put this in the oven so it starts cooking, and then let's chat about that. So bear with me, Neil.
Good
And
idea.
what I'm adding now is some sunflower seeds on top. Sorry, melon seeds.
Dry melon seeds, correct?
Yeah, just dry melon seeds. Now you can soak them and then add them on top, but today they're just dry because they're still going to be cooked, so it's not
So
going to
they
have a
will roast
problem.
well, won't they?
Yeah, they'll roast and they'll give you a lovely, big, lovely crunch on top. So if you remember, we didn't add any oil to this batter at all. So what I'm going to do, before I'm adding it into the oven, I'm just going to go over with my spray oil. That will give it a lovely gloss and help everything to cook together, and it won't burn instantly, the top part. So that's going straight into the other oven. So as you can see,
Beautiful.
Wonderful, very appetizing.
So I'm popping it straight into the oven, then we'll talk about the cutting methods.
And what temperature is was it preheated,
So
and what temperature
yes,
or what
the
gas?
oven is preheated. Let me just put this back onto
Yeah.
my face. Yes, the oven is preheated to 160 for past half an hour. And now I've put it on 180 and it's going to go on for about good 30 minutes. So hopefully we're still here and we can have some delicious muffins to look at. So I'm just going to put the timer on for 30 minutes.
So me and host Ridi are now jumping into the car. We'll be in the house within half an hour.
Absolutely,
So
go for it. Ready. You're all as well. Put some hot chai on as well. You're welcome.
Amrita can drool there in Jalandhar.
Yes, absolutely. Right. What did you want to know about the shopping?
I'm going to come back to a very important digressing over there. I love the way you were using your knives. So what are the knives one should use? The way you julienne,
Right.
the way you chopped. Let's show the technique, because this is where the chefs are very good at.
Right. Let me go and get some more vegetables then if you want me to chop. Bear with me a second.
Please do that, because at Healing Our Earth, we also teach the associated methods to go with cooking. So, host Ridi, while Chef D gets some more vegetables, what are your thoughts so far?
Wonderful to actually see the way that we've been able to combine different herbs and spices together to create such a beautiful aroma. And not only has she then created the cakes themselves, but then she's also gone ahead and added chilies on top and some nuts. So it adds even more color, adds even more texture, makes it a nice crunchy type of texture. And isn't it just beautiful to see that we can just use all of the natural ingredients? There's nothing here that seems like manufactured. It's all very much plant-based. And the ease and the complexion with which these are actually being prepared, it's just amazing to see the different kinds of ways that we can combine different foods together to create a special cake,
and I think it's also a good method to get children eating nice food and them liking it because of the shape. Mala, you are from the kitchen team. What do you think of it so far?
I think you've just mentioned teaching children. I think it's a fantastic exercise for children, as we're trying to reduce sugar in children's diet at an early age and educate them about healthy eating as well. And I think that muffins, I just wanted a quick question on the calories on the muffins as well.
Oh, I haven't worked all that out, but I can get that to you. That's not a problem at all.
No
Definitely
problem.
high, very, very high in fiber, but I can get the calories worked out and send it on our group. So everybody
I can safely say, Chef D, I can safely say from the normal muffins from the supermarket, these would be at least 40% better.
Absolutely.
And it looks like it's got a lot more dietary fiber in there as well, whilst keeping the sugar levels nice and low. So we're not spiking blood sugar levels either.
And
We have
also,
learned a technique from our chef who is trained to cut and chop and julienne the vegetables, and she'll show you her style. She will say
Oh,
what kind of knives
fantastic.
to use, the chopping boards, and the method to avoid getting your nails and your fingers chopped. Over to you, Chef D.
Right, yes. What we've got, I've just brought out a carrot. A lot of people get scared cutting carrots because obviously it rolls away. So one of the best things I say, if you want to do a julienne on a carrot, get it half. And the knife you need is one of these knives. It's basically one of the ones I use a lot. It's like a cleaver knife, but a smaller size. But it's like an extension to your hand. It's not something that wobbles or falls apart. It's just like an extension to your hand, and that's what you need. You need something with a little bit of a safety groove at the bottom. If you can see that, a lot of knives have the sharpness all the way to the end. So for beginners and people are not that confident of using larger knives, I always recommend to go for something that's got a finishing there. So it's not going to hurt you. If by accident you go like this, it's not going to hurt you and it's not going to cut you. So always go for something a little bit safety, but obviously the professional knives are sharp right to the end. Now, we're looking at a carrot here. Obviously it rolls away. So all you need to do is just hold it with your fingers tucked in. Take a little slice from the side. Now, when you slice, you don't go like this and you don't go like this. You start like a little boat. You start from the tip and then rock yourself towards you. Tip and rock. So it's tip, you put your incision in, and there you go. So this we cut later, but now you've created yourself a nice firm base. This is a nice firm base. It's no longer going to roll. So now from here, if you're going for juliennes, again, rock all the way down. Now, if you're not confident in continuing that, you can drop that down, take that straight into your juliennes. Again, all your fingers are tucked in. So if you want to, depending on what size you want, put that back on top. And there you go. You can have your battens, your juliennes, you can have your cubes. All depends on what size you want, but what's your recipe. Again,
And
the
look
first
how
one.
amazing that is. It's just like as if you grated them, but you actually
Yes.
julienne them.
So
if you are not
if you
struggling when you are doing this, you are doing it right. If you are
that's
struggling
right.
and having to use the pressure, you are doing it the wrong way. Is that right, Chef?
Absolutely. Again, a knife should be the extension of your hand. If it's difficult to hold, it's too big and it's dropping, your wrist is hurting, it's the wrong size knife for you. It's best to always have something that you're confident with. It's not going to fall out of your hand while you're cutting. The way I say to my students is your knife is honestly just an extension of your hand, and it's supposed to just roll nice and easy. You're not putting no pressure here, no pressure on your wrist. It's just a nice glide. So depending on how small, thin you want, how thick you want, if you want to turn these into cubes, you turn that around.
And Chef, before you do that, if you keep it as they
Yes.
are, before you do that, just spread them slightly once again, just spread them on the earth. And if you bring the chopping board near to the camera, viewers, wherever you are, just look at that. Look at the consistency. Look at the ease at which she did. Of course, she is much faster, but because she was explaining. So isn't that wonderful? Mala, Riti, what do you think? Mala, you're muted.
Yeah, they look like finely cut chips. It's all the same length. It's all the same quantity, same quality. It just looks marvelous.
I think it's an excellent idea, and I love the consistency and your method. So it's good for children to learn, or even adults to learn how to cut. And thank you for the advice on the knife as well. Most of the time we use the wrong knives, and that's why we injure ourselves as well. And with certain types of vegetables, especially when you cutting them in julienne style, they tend to slip and slide as well. And I like the way you showed us the alternative. When you come to the end of that vegetable, what to do, how to turn it around and use it at a different angle. And that's a great exercise, easy to eat. And it's absolutely, I think you could do that with the courgette as well, isn't that so?
Yes, you can. Guys, just give me 2 minutes. I need to just I need to give somebody a telephone number urgently. So just give me
Please go
2 minutes.
ahead. Go ahead. We
Yeah,
don't
bear
to
with me.
chat here.
Carrots have, lots of antioxidants, and they say it's good for your eyesight. And
Beta-carotene.
also, it's a little snack, a healthy snack as well.
Yes. And isn't it just great for the skin as well?
Absolutely. I made a carrot cake. It was a savory cake and a loaf for children, no sugar. And I tell you, they really enjoy that because carrots got the sweetness to it as well. So
Yes, and this way we can actually sneak in all of those vegetables into these cakes, into these different recipes, and kids love them. It's there for them. They're more likely to actually have that as their go-to food. And isn't it just amazing that they can get those vitamins, those minerals, those nutrients without us even having to try hard?
absolutely, and it's a cheap and cheerful vegetable. It's always available at every season, and also you can make a lovely smoothie. They were quite nice in a smoothie as well.
Yeah.
Yes,
It's good to
I
actually
think that's
even have that
fantastic.
in carrot juices as well. Just mix it up with a little bit of fruit and it just works marvelous. And the qualities, as you're explaining, are beautiful because it just keeps us younger. It looks us looking a lot more fitter and a lot more healthier.
And really, Mala mentioned something very important in the current day and time because of austerity problems. Carrots are one of the cheapest vegetables you can buy and available in supermarket, in shops, in groceries, everywhere. Furthermore, very good at antioxidants, vitamin A and potassium. So you don't have to go buying expensive stuff. Carrot can do that. And really, you mentioned the glow of the skin. Eat 2 or 3 healthy amount of carrots a month, you will actually see your complexion going slightly bronzy brighter. I think our chef is here.
Yes, I'm back. I'm back. Right, what do you want me to do with the courgettes? Do you like carry on with juliennes, or would you like me to do cubes?
Yeah, let's just show. Important thing is to show the technique. So one of the techniques, chef, I was noticing as you were chopping, your fingertips were slightly pointed towards your hand as opposed to
That's right.
away from your
That's right.
hand. So
Yes.
the knife. So let's show them that close up. And the
Yes.
carrots, you are going to now dice them into a very little cube so you can make
Right.
a cucumber salad, you know.
Right. Now, again, if we go back to the way we hold our fingers, you never go like this. You never chop like this. That will take away your fingers instantly. So you tuck this over. This is tucked so that your knife is now, this becomes your barrier to the knife and your guide, basically. So your thumb goes to the side of your food. That's your barrier. And again, your rocking motion, remember the rocking motion, you're not chomping it like this, you're not starting from the base, it's from the tip, and a nice little boaty rocking motion. So once you've set yourself in your position, and then away you go. So nice, and as that's your barrier, you'll never chop your fingers. You just go backwards. And if you're doing like coriander or something like that, you can actually with your thumb push it forward. So there's some foods you can actually push forward as you go along, but you'll never cut yourself because you've always got this as your barrier. So if
And
you come to the end and
look at the
you come to the end and you
consistency.
feel, yeah, if you come to the end and you feel as if, okay, I might just cut myself, or if you're not confident, don't take any risks. Just pull it forward and then just go slowly back into it. You know, until you've got the confidence, just don't do it. I mean, I can do things now while I'm watching something else. I don't need, because I know my fingers are tucked in. I know, and I can look at the camera right now and carry on. Right now, I am looking towards the camera and I'm cutting away, right?
And you
Now
just
I
make
can
that
do
look
that
so
because-
effortless, Chef D.
So yeah, so I mean, I can do that.
Beautiful.
I've got years of experience, but again, it's the confidence of holding your knife, your chopping board. The chopping board shouldn't be moving a lot. A lot of the time, if we're doing a lot of food, we put a wet cloth underneath the chopping board so it doesn't move.
Chef,
That gives you a lot of.
let's bring the minutely chopped particles near the camera. We just show it to the viewers. If you bring it, just bring the whole chopping board up there. We can see. Now you can see that these are very good if the children are very young or of some elderly people. If you can do it in these sizes, It's easy for them to chew without thinking they are consuming large pieces. How wonderful this is.
That's a great point you made about focusing on the elderly. Uh, Sometimes when the food's too chunky, it gets to, sort of stuck and they can't chew around the.
And Mala is not just getting stuck. As you get older, the jaw doesn't open as much as a youngster's one.
Absolutely.
So if you put a whole carrot in, you can almost chop them. These are the techniques to teach all the chefs as well when they prepare food. So when a big supermarket prepares food, and then now because the human beings are living much longer, the whole attitude has changed. Over to you, Chef Mala and Riddhi.
Yes. So, I mean, things again, when you've got things like courgettes, if you're not grating it in your grater and you want to hand cut it,
Now,
then
Chef,
again,
before you go there, how are we
yes,
doing with our baking?
I'm looking at it and they're looking wonderful in my oven. I wish I can show you guys, but
And how many minutes
yes,
before we tuck in?
we've got, let me just check how many. We've got 17 minutes left, and I'll check it again. I'm going to open it in 10 minutes.
Perfect,
So
perfect time.
before the full 17, I'll open it and just put a toothpick in it just to check. And if it's done, we'll bring them out. But yes, they're cooking away lovely.
Lovely. Neil, get the kettle on. Everyone's going to have a nice cuppa.
We could all put a nice masala chai on and have a nice afternoon, savory muffin afternoon.
It is so nice because look, we know about muffins. The supermarket muffins are so loaded with so many ingredients that are not safe. The actual is almost eating a gunge in your body that is not easy to digest because a lot of juice is required to break them. This one, what is made the plant-based, because the world is moving to plant-based, will, apart from calorie, I think are at least to me, 3 or 4 times much easier and safer to digest. So gut friendly.
Yeah.
Definitely. So I'm going to show you how to do something just round slices. Now, obviously, again, just like our carrot, this is can roll away. So because I want to do rounds, I don't want to cut one of the sides off because it will change my shape of the actual slice. So all you need to do, just find your vegetable where it falls all by itself without it rolling. Right? It's not rolling now. It's got a good little balance there. So now, again, it's how I hold it. My thumb on the side here, my fingers going across. Now I want to do nice round circles, but on an angle. So my first couple of slices are going to be not exactly round because obviously it's got the point, but we can still use that in all our dishes. But again, this is my hold. It all depends on what my size is. If I want a thicker one, I'll move my fingers further back. So therefore I could go for a thicker slice. If I want a thinner one, this is it. I just move it across and I've got a consistent, thin, same size all the way through on an angle without no
Hefty, why do you
worries
cut
about.
them at a slant?
I tell you, they just look a lot better. You get a better dimension. It's larger in size. If I was to cut the just round from the other side, I've just turned it around. Can you see when you're cooking food, you want food to look nice as well. And if you have this in your plate.
And Chef, apart from gastronomically looking good, I think the aesthetics of it looks so nice, the oval shape, exactly. I think. And you get larger surface area to bake on.
That's right. Larger surface area, especially, I mean, I make a lot of zucchini lasagna as well. And if I need a larger space to cover, I will make sure my slices are a lot longer and larger, so I'm covering a larger space. If I'm doing it for salads, because zucchinis you can eat raw as well, I tend to grate them, or I'll take something like this, and then I'll go straight into with the juliennes. Again, if my fingers are holding everything properly, I don't need to worry about my size. Everything is cutting exactly the same
consistent shape.
Exactly the same size. So it all depends on.
I was looking at the shapes, and I was when I'm working with children, now that encourages children to look at food differently and excitingly. When you mentioned, cutting them at different angles and things like that.
Yes.
So you could work with numbers, shapes, sizes and things like that, so that it's also educational for them. So that actually gives them, it makes it attractive for them to eat it as well.
Absolutely, absolutely. There's another shape that we like to tend to do with little children as well. So you've got carrots. Some of the carrots you can get a lot more pointier and smaller and nice. So with those carrots, you just hold it on one side.
Yeah, just before you go ahead with that,
Go on.
how did you skin the carrots?
I haven't peeled them. I've given it a good wash with the brush, with a vegetable brush.
So
because I've stopped peeling my carrots now. If I've bought good quality carrots, I don't need to peel them.
okay,
I would rather eat the peel
the
and have
skin.
that nutrition go in my body than in
Okay.
my bin.
And you're reducing food waste as well by
Absolutely,
using the
absolutely.
skin. Yep.
Yeah.
And
So
you're
a lot
getting
of people
vitamins and minerals at the same time.
Absolutely.
Yes, and just underneath that skin, the amount of vitamins and minerals that are underneath the skin of the vegetables is phenomenal, and we're all losing out on that. And there's some skins we can't eat, but there's so many vegetables, even like sweet potato. A lot of people tend to peel it off. If you give a sweet potato a good scrub with a good quality vegetable brush, you can actually just eat the skin. It has no problem whatsoever. And they're delicious. They enhance the flavor. You got a beautiful crunch and a bite. Absolutely. A lot of people just tend to chuck it away. Now this, what I'm doing here, as you can see, I'm turning my carrot left and right, left
I
and
can
right.
see
And
that,
what we've
Shaji,
got
this
here,
would be adding up so much because, the way you process. So if you're brushing up with that, it will be changing up a little bit of flavor as well as the
yes,
consistency of the food. So maybe it is a little crispy and crunchy with that bark on it,
absolutely.
actually. So that makes a big difference on that. And this looks so tempting to me. And I
Yes,
think kids are going to love, and in fact, everybody, this reminds me of a very good topic because we have a lot of big chapters on food and food stuff in Ayurveda. And it says that your plate must be the most beautiful and tempting thing, more beautiful than you look at. So basically,
absolutely.
because that will be adding up, looking at a plate, you should feel hunger. So that hunger stuff, when you see things and then you feel really hungry, oh, that's so tempting. That will be igniting your agnis and that will be igniting your digestive fires. Look at the white and the green
Definitely.
edges, and then you can see a little bit of red and you can see a little bit of orange, which is also in 3 different ways. So a little dots around there, some long strips, some short strips. That makes it so beautiful around the wood background. So
So
that's
this is just vegetables we're cutting ad hoc, literally as Neil J wanted them. So imagine this, if we were to design a beautiful salad, this would look so gorgeous on a salad. We can use all different cutting methods, all different, you can use your machines, you can use your processors, no problem whatsoever. But the finishing touches, when you learn how to cut like this and the finishing touches you can put, it just, like I said, it enhances that experience of eating and it makes just eating raw food and vegetables so much more better and fun. So yeah, there's so much we can do.
Courgettes, there's always an over surplus of courgettes. I used to get, like, I'm telling you, more than a ton. And then the whole borough and everyone in London will be sharing courgettes. What's so interesting about courgettes? What type of nutrients they have and vitamins?
Courgettes, obviously, they're from the squash family. So the squash family has a lot of nutritional value. And courgettes here in the UK, unfortunately, well, fortunately or unfortunately, they're one of the cheapest vegetables that we can get hold of. Now, if we go to get its, how can I say, big brother, which is the dudi, the loki. Now, loki that we get now at the moment, you're looking about £6-7 a kilo. So in comparison to what we get courgettes, because obviously it's grown in this country, there is such a big difference in price. So we always end up getting courgettes, and we sort of swap our loki recipes with courgettes, and we end up just becoming like so familiar with eating courgettes because obviously it's affordability. They don't spoil that easily, and a lot of people don't even know how to cook a dudi and a loki. But again, it's from the same family with all those nutritional values, and it's blood cleansing properties. It has skin cleansing properties. So yes, again, courgettes.
Moreover,
The
a
squash
lot of
farming,
water
yeah.
they have actually. So water is the
Yes.
big part of zucchini families and this family. All of them come under cucurbitaceae families, and these stuff of all that stuff has got a good amount of water, so they keep you very well hydrated. And then
Hydrated.
if you cook them in a good amount of water, they just mix with it, you know, they mix with the food, easy to digest as well. So that part of
Absolutely,
it is an
absolutely.
add-on advantage of this family kind of veggies that you can cook up with. And then you can blend
And
up
you
with
can
any
eat
of
them
the
raw
flavors.
as well. You can eat
Yeah,
them
sure.
raw as well.
Yeah,
So
yeah, yeah,
if
yeah,
you
yeah,
make it, yeah, if you cut them up into a nice palatable small size,
yeah.
very easy to digest, very easy to eat.
Yeah.
And you obviously raw foods, you can't go wrong with it. You know, the nutritional value of raw foods.
True, true,
So
true. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
yeah,
It can be a substitute if you want to cut down your carbs. So you can make them into spiral spaghetti or things like that. I've tried
yes,
that,
yes,
and it's quite healthy, and it digests your food quite well.
absolutely,
Mm.
absolutely, it does. Yes, and then you can make this little shape we've got here. Now, when I used to do little canapes for my catering orders, we'd do little scoops like this. We'd take out the inside,
Mm.
add it with a little bit of sweet corn, a little bit of red pepper, chili pepper, mix it together, fill it back in there,
Mm.
pop it in the oven with a little bit of cheese on top. It literally needs 5 minutes of cooking, and it
Mm.
just softens the edges up. And this can be a bite-sized, you know, starter, appetizer, and they look delicious. And
Mm.
again, you know, easy to digest, and people just think, wow, what a dish! And what have we made it from? The end of a courgette.
Yeah, wow, and wow, how simple and yet nutritive and
Yes,
yet so luring, you know? Yeah,
yes,
Normally, I would actually
absolutely.
say don't eat with your eyes, but I think this is just a natural exception. But what are some of the benefits of actually eating the food raw as opposed to cooking them or blanching them?
Oh, raw food. I mean, my God, where can I start? Raw food. Just
Mm.
imagine you're taking every percent of this nutritional value straight into your body. The fiber content, the health benefits, the nutrition, the minerals, the vitamins. It's going in there 100% in your body. When we start cooking it, we obviously the cooking process will start reducing that nutritional value. Everybody's cooking processes are different. And this, I teach correct cooking processes where you can retain up to 93 to 98% of your cooked vegetables. So
Right,
raw,
al dente.
100%, and cooked. If you think about it, cooked. If you cook it incorrectly, like pressure cooking, deep frying, boiling, you're losing
Not so great.
over 70-80% of that nutritional value. You've lost the fiber, you've lost the nutrition. It's just filling you up basically. There's no longer any nutritional value in there. So your vegetables, I mean, a couple of the classes I teach of healthy cooking is like you go out and you buy all your organic vegetables, but if you don't know how to cook it correctly, you've lost the nutritional value instantly. By the time it comes to your plate, you're eating probably 5%,
Nothing.
10% of what it was.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Are there
yeah.
Yeah.
some
And
natural
then people still
exceptions to
think,
this as well? So when we actually do cook them al dente, so it's still got the natural crunch, it's still maintaining those vitamins and those minerals, but it's changing the chemical structure slightly of those vegetables. Is there a benefit to that?
I've
yeah,
lost you guys.
structurally,
What
I
do you
Hold
think,
think.
Amrita?
Yeah, basically. It depends upon what kind of processing and cooking. We were like discussing about this, me and Chef D were discussing about it, because what content you have on the plate, despite you buy a very good zucchini, you buy a very good squash, you buy them organically, and you spend so many pounds on that, and you're happy with that. You know, people are very excited. No, I got it from the store and this was worth it, and that, or that store has got a very good products, and everybody just rushes on that, or there's a big sale or something. So food preferences basically makes a big difference how you put it on the plate. And so
I'm
the
just checking.
processing techniques of what you're
My
cooking,
phone.
how you're cooking. Now this kind of a thing where you are using the skin can be used only in some of the places where you are very much aware about that it is organically cooked. There's no pesticides, there are no insecticides on that, there are no chemicals being sprayed, neither it is being waxed up. So all these things can be kept in mind, and then the processing techniques vary from person to person and place to place as well. And
And with the different cooking techniques, the different strategies that we use, does it also affect the agni, the digestive fire, in different ways?
Sure. So basically, that is what with the air people, we recommend people with the different processing of the same food. So if I have to recommend a person with the same zucchini to be used in all the three different kind of people with different prakritis or constitution, it will be totally different. So
thank you, Amrita. Thank you,
Thank
Rita. We will be shortly traveling to United States of America, where our coordinator, Sharon Rose, is waiting, who will be accompanied by Jay Wagner in a while. But before we go there, just for 30 seconds, each one of you, Chef D, we start with you, and then we're going to see your lovely muffins. Tell me,
Yes,
in
another
30
2
seconds,
minutes left.
yeah, Chef D, so for 30 seconds, we'll go around. Chef D, quickly, which are the best 5 vegetables you think one ought to consume regularly?
Out of 5, I would say first top for me is broccoli, spinach, good quality baby spinach. I personally like the baby spinach. Loki, dudi, courgettes if you can't get hold of dudi. Then I'm looking at carrots. And my 5th one would have to be cabbage, because cabbage is a cleanser.
You passed your test. You passed your test, and
oh, thank you. I didn't know it was a test.
apart from just Loki, because that is not every day available, so somebody has to replace that. The spinach and the broccoli are extremely good. If you suffer from bloating and gases, avoid the broccoli, go for spinach, because spinach is okay, easy, better green. In fact, spinach should be number 1 and broccoli number 2. But I love the Chef D. Now we go to Amrita. Which are the top 5 vegetables that is readily available in Punjab that one should eat?
I would go for, again, broccoli, spinach, amaranthus. We have got many leaves of amaranthus. Leaves are very good, which is called as cholai, and fenugreek leaves. They are pretty healthy and they can be used even in Gujarati mathis, dakshaji, which you prepare in that fenugreek leaf has its own aroma. So even in
khichdi. One for you?
Last one would be again kale or asparagus.
Yes, you got the 5. You got the 5. Fantastic. Mala, what are your 5 favorite vegetables that are readily available?
Readily available. So there's carrots, beetroot, spinach, kale, and broccoli, all absolutely powerful and has all the and they're affordable as well. And sometimes you get them like beets, you get them fermented or pickled, and they're cheap as well. So they're all full of your basic needs as well. Yeah.
Thank you. So far, we've got broccoli and spinach, which is consistent. Comes the carriage up in Punjab. There were 2, 3 which are not readily available in all the countries. So now we go to Riddhi. What are your top 5?
I think I agree with my co-host, but I'll also add things like radishes, which helps to balance the hormones. Cucumbers, now that it's summer and it's going to start to get hot, it's something that you can just add to a salad. Carrots as well, amazing. They have the beta carotene properties, which helps to have healthy skin, helps to have healthy hair, keeps you looking younger for longer. But also things like spinach, kale, broccoli as well. Just all of the added cruciferous vegetables, which enable us to feel a lot more healthier and a lot more stronger.
Thank you, Riddhi. We go to USA, and Sharon will be introducing you a bit later. But Sharon, your top 5 vegetables that are readily available, one ought to consume every day.
How about the ones that I grow? Snow peas.
Okay.
Bok choy.
Sure.
I love carrots.
No, please, bok choy. And next 3, please.
Broccoli.
Yes.
And let's see, we grow cucumbers.
Yes.
And Let me think. Yeah,
One more.
beet. I like beet.
Yes.
Asparagus.
Okay, so I love it. So at Healing Our Earth, we recommend that if you can, spinach, broccoli, and carrots. Two other choices to your local country, whatever is available seasonal, you can add. And now we move to Chef D, who is ready with, I think,
Right,
watermelon.
I'm
And she
bringing,
wants to also
I'm bringing
for the
my,
muffins.
yes, the muffins are coming out, but quickly just wanted to show you this. I picked this up from the market on Friday. It's an ash gourd. Now, everybody from India knows exactly what an ash gourd. This, for us, this is like gold dust. It's that expensive as well. This particular one cost me £12 altogether. It's $8.99 a kilo. This has cost me £12. So this little piece here is going to be a very expensive gazpacho drink that I'm going to make later with some cucumber and ash gourd.
What
So
does
with
it
a little
taste
bit
like?
of jeera. It's like a cold, how can you explain? It's like a cucumber to me.
Cucumber
I feel
too,
it
yeah.
tastes a lot
Cucumber,
like a
right.
hard cucumber. Yeah, it's got a lot of water content, but we call this the food of the gods. You know, when Hinduism started, when they stopped giving sacrifice of animals to goddesses and gods back in the day, they started to do ash gourd as a sacrifice. I don't know whether anybody knows that story. And to this day in South India, they still do holy sacrifices with an ash gourd because of its nutritional value. It's one of the highest nutritional value in the squash family. So this is something, it's called food for the brain, as somebody else recently told me, especially when children are having exams and that. If you were to feed them a raw ash gourd at least 3 times a day, they have ability to retain information from their revision. And it's supposed to be really, really good for brain food. So yes, I'm making it. I'm going to.
And what's the latest with
I'm
our
bringing out the
plant-based
muffins.
muffins?
Yes, we're bringing out the muffins.
I can't wait to see them. I hope they're cooked.
Right. You're not supposed to take them straight out, but I'm going to. Bear with me a second.
Wow.
Let's see if they're piping hot. But
See, they match with your dress. Wow.
Let's see if they come out. I've got to obviously cool them down, but
Yeah,
let
take
me
your
try.
time. Take your time. We want to price
Let
it
me
out.
try to get
carefully.
one out because it's.
So while
super
Chef D is doing that, shortly we'll be traveling to America, where host Riddhi is going to introduce our American coordinator, Sharon Rose, who has got a nice lineup for us. And our Indian host
guys,
today,
if you look
Dr.
at
Amrita,
this,
will be chit-chatting too. And here we come to Chef D. Over to you.
I've just flipped this so you can see the underneath.
Oh, that looks beautiful.
Oh, amazing.
Well done.
Good.
Very well cooked.
Chef D, put the tray down and just hold this one. Put the tray down. And now I think it's not hot enough, so you can take it out yet with your hand. That's
just
it.
press and see. Yeah, it's pretty hot. Be careful.
It's very, very hot.
Yeah,
The
be careful.
steam coming out. The camera will be steaming out. Wow.
Yummy. That looks so yummy, you know. And it has all the colors, small colors of all the stuff and the seeds. You see the seeds. That's amazing.
Chef
Now the
D,
seeds are very cooked.
take a bite so our mouth stops watering.
Oh my God, it's so hot.
And make sure it's not very hot to the tongue.
It's not burnt either. It's lovely and it's crispy. Even the seeds are not burnt. It's it's turned out really nice.
Baked properly at a very right temperature and right way. Yes.
Very, very nice. And they're spongy as well. So if I bring one out and I show you how spongy they are. Look.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Got a great consistency.
It's brilliant texture. You can feel it when you just bounce that. So
yes, I wish you guys can taste this. We're going to have a little get together where everybody brings some food and we can all eat our delicious things that we make all this time.
You're making me hungry now, Chef D.
Sorry?
You're making me hungry now.
Yeah.
Yes.
Me too. Yeah.
So, Chef D, before we all wave goodbye to you, don't go away. If you got time, stay around because Sharon and we can chit chat. Can you hold the tray for us finally, right? Bang to the camera at 45 degrees so we can see without them dropping out, please.
Wow.
If you come central, yes, that's it.
That's good.
That's beautiful. We love you. You have done a wonderful
done.
job today. And this was prepared live in front of us. And it just took us 30
Look at
minutes.
the
Is that
golden.
right, Shefti?
Look how beautiful and golden it is at the bottom.
Absolutely.
Perfect. And it
Just
just
goes
came
to
out.
show how easy it is to cook these kinds of foods when you know what you're doing.
Yes, and completely gluten-free. And we've added all those superfoods and everything in there. I can't wait to taste it myself. Last week, the one I made with beetroot was delicious as well. But yes, I'll have to send everybody some recipes and make it at home.
And the world
And then
is
we'll all make
going,
it.
the world is going plant-based, and what better, because people love to use the word muffin. Now children
Yes.
can be told that these muffins are delicious too.
But can you imagine taking this to work in your lunch preps when you're taking this? You know, you can have it with your 11 o'clock cup of tea or lunch, or
I would
and
love it to
you're
have it
having-
with my mint chutney. I'd love to have it with the mint chutney and the coriander chutneys of mine. This would look good.
I tell you,
Yes,
Shefti, I tell you what I would love to do. I would love to use this as a falafel.
Falafel,
Yeah,
right?
yes.
And
But,
that would be interesting with vegetables and a high fiber brown bread, sort of the pita, and lots
Yes.
of salads, and crunch this, spread this into there. I think it would be delicious.
But Neil, you have to taste my falafels that I don't fry.
So we are on our way, all of
Yes.
us are traveling. I mean, Sharon and
Non-fried.
Amrita, because they're in different countries, they can just drool and watch us. Chef D, we are proud of you. We love you. You are our resident
Thank you.
chef. Stay around. We are now going to move
I
to.
will. Thank you, everybody. Bye-bye for now.
Thank you.
Thank
Yes,
you,
we will
Chef
move
D.
on
That was
to
an
our
awesome
host,
recipe, and I can't wait to try it myself. Thank
Yes,
you.
it is
Thank
so
you.
beautiful,
Bye, guys.
Riddhi. And it's wonderful, Riddhi. Over to you, and bring our Sharon, our coordinator in America.
Sharon, Global Namaste, how are you?
I'm good. Global namaste to you and our audience out there.
Fabulous. And you've got some amazing food that you're going to be cooking as well. You've got the eggplant parmigiana.
Yes,
So
yes.
just
Well, actually,
before you tell us about that recipe, let me just do a quick introduction. So
Okay.
Sharon Rose, MA and winner of the Filmmaker of the Year Award from the 20th World Congress of Qigong, Tai Chi, TCM, Daoism, and natural healing. Quite a combination. She's the director, producer of the forthcoming documentary series, Quantum Qi, the Taoist art of nurturing life. Sharon has lectured, performed, and presented her films in numerous universities, spiritual centers, cultural organizations, and museums, and was a consultant to the National Endowment for the Arts. She is the author of The Path of the Priestess, a guidebook for awakening the divine feminine, and is currently completing a CD, The Nectar of Bliss, dedicated to the healing power of the divine feminine in cultures throughout the world globally. Sharon loves growing fruits and vegetables in her own home and making cookings at home. And today, Sharon is accompanied by Jay Weldner, and also loves cooking and creating her own recipes. So Sharon, tell us a little bit more about the eggplant parmigiana.
Well, this is one of Jay's recipes. He's going to be, I made a little video of him making
Fantastic.
this dish in our kitchen here. And then when I'm done showing the video, he'll come on to answer questions.
Right. I shall save my questions for later.
Okay, so let me share this with you.
And Sharon, while you are sharing, wonderful to see you back and lovely to see you. And I hope your music albums are rocking, and
Oh
the
man,
world will see
Neil,
them soon.
I can't wait to share what's going on with you. It's
You're
so
looking in a
beautiful.
pink of your health, and we love your
Coming
garden
along.
vegetable, because your vegetable garden is so beautiful. Here we
Oh
go.
well, the next show I will, because we've been planting the it's been very cold here, and we've had to replant all the tomatoes, but everything's doing well now inside. We're not able to start outside yet because we're still having cold nights, but we're getting a lot of rain, which is good.
Go ahead, Sharon. We are ready. The video I can see, just play it and off we go. Make sure you share the sound.
So the first thing you want to do with your eggplant parmesan, which is what we're making, is you want to get, why they put these labels on at the store, but they are not easy to get off. They're probably toxic too. So cut in 1/2 inch. Make sure that they're all pretty much the same because they're going to be cooking all the same, so you want everything to be kind of the same size. They're going to shrink too. You don't want the butt. Recycle. If you do this right, your meat-eating friends will not even be able to know. They'll think it's chicken. And we're going to do it right. Okay, so the first thing you got to do is you got to get rid of the bitterness. And that's what we're going to do right now. Very generously put salt. The salt draws out all the bitterness. I like to salt both sides. Push the salt in a little bit so it activates, draws out all the bitterness. Flip it over. It's a super important part because you got to get that bitterness out. Otherwise, it just tastes funky. You're going to wash all that salt off, so you can be generous with it. It's not going to oversalt. All right, so now we come back in about an hour or a half hour, and all that will be drawn out. In the meantime, we're going to start on the sauce. So here's how we make the sauce. Oh, most important thing, actually, most important thing when you're making a sauce, probably the most important thing that you can have in your kitchen, besides good knives, is onions. Onions are the key to so many good dinners. And so what you want to do is you want to start your onion is like the foundation of your house. You want to make sure you have a solid foundation or your house is going to fall apart. And that's what onions are. And so, I'm not making much sauce today, but I am making some. I highly recommend. I'm using Kolvata roasted garlic and you want to caramelize the onions. So we're going to let that cook and we're going to caramelize it, and I'll come back when they're caramelized and we will start on the next step. All right, so it'll take about 5 minutes. So when you're caramelizing them, you put it on hot, try to get it hot as you can. What you're trying to do is get all the liquid, not all of it, a lot of the liquid out of the onion, and you want it to turn brown, because when it turns brown, which is why you call it caramelizing, that adds sweetness to your onion. So caramelizing your onion is the single most important thing that you can do in making your sauce or anything that involves onion. Now it's going pretty hot, so I'm going to turn it down to medium because I don't want to burn it. And then just stir it about every 30 seconds and it'll be caramelized very soon. We got a long way to go on both the onions and the eggplant, but in the meantime, we're going to coat the eggplant. We're going to do it in 3 layers. One layer is breadcrumbs. The other layer is egg with a dash of half and half, or milk, or buttermilk, whatever you want. It just makes the egg go a little bit further and adds a little bit of flavor to it. And then the final, this is actually the first. So what we do is we're going to put the eggplant first. That's why you don't wear black when you're working with flour. First in the first in the flour, then in the egg, and then in the breadcrumbs. That creates a really incredible, great coat for the eggplant. All right? So we're just cutting up garlic. I put 3 cloves. I like to chop them up into smaller pieces. And beginning to come over here, you'll see we're starting to get caramelized. So you see we're turning brown on the edges. That is sugars are being released from them. And you can see that their size is much reduced. So about half the size of amount that I put in there because all the water is gone. These are almost ready. Okay, we're going to continue here. So what we're going to do now is we're going to add, this is Italian spices. I make my own. You can buy them at the store, but it's cheaper to make your own. It's 1 part oregano, 1 part sage, 1 part rosemary, 1 part thyme, and 1 part dry basil. And I'm a generous guy. Oh wait, before I do that, I'm going to turn this off. Starting to caramelize a little too much now. Add one thing. I'm going to add this in, the garlic. So you put the garlic in right after the onions, and you hold the garlic until you smell it. And then I have 1 tablespoon, I'm not very scientific, of my Italian spices. And I'm waiting for the garlic to get aroma, which is any second now. As soon as I do, there, okay. I put that in, then I put in my black pepper, and then I keep it going hot, and then I put in my magic ingredient, which is the killer of all killers. You want to get this before the garlic starts burning. Use the lime to calm the whole thing down. All right, now you want to cook the alcohol out of the wine because you don't want the alcohol in there. So let the wine cook until the alcohol is gone. And all you have is a wonderful flavor. And believe me, you get garlic and wine and onions mixed together. It's pretty unstoppable. All right, so I have not added salt because I don't add salt until the end because I'm not sure how it's going to be. I'm going to turn this off. Now we're going to move over here. And I'm using Vantia Roman tomatoes. They're super good. From Italy. And in case you don't know, Italy, you're not allowed to use pesticides or herbicides on your food. So everything in Italy is organic. And then I get this from Costco, organic tomato paste. Now we know that the alcohol is all gone from the wine. By this time, we can now add these 2 ingredients and let that cook for 40 minutes or so. So First goes in the Roma tomatoes, and then the paste. We can turn this back up. Mix it thoroughly. And what's going to happen is these Roma tomatoes that are so beautiful here are going to cook down and eventually fall apart. And we will have a very nice, thick sauce to go on our eggplant. So basically, I bring this up to a boil, then turn it down and let it simmer for a long time. And that's it. We'll be back. All right, so I washed the salt off. Now I'm drying them off because I'm about to fry them. This is the fun part. You can see they're a little bit dried out looking, and that's what you want. That means that all the liquid, the bitter part, got out. All right, so now I would use a not olive oil, and you don't want a generous amount because you want to get it really hot. All right, so here's how it works. You stick it in here. Oh, I've got a plate. You stick it in the flour first, then in the egg mixture. Never wear black when you're working with flour. Now it's all sticky. You stick it in your breadcrumbs. You want to make sure you're coated with the egg. That's the most important part of it. That way the breadcrumbs don't stick. So it's super important. I know you're all wondering what I'm doing with the frying pan, but I want it to be really hot. I may have to turn it off because it's taking longer than I thought it would. Why don't you just come back and we'll have this all done when you come back. That way I don't feel like I have to rush. All right, so my oil is, got it be at 350, and it's at 265. So I gotta wait a little bit here. I've been cleaning up in the meantime. This is my, this is what it looks like before I fry it. 294 rounds there. Oh, my sauce is done. There's my sauce. All nice and hot. All the tomatoes have been broken up. Smells really good. I'm using a big frying pan because we got a lot of eggplant. And this stuff's probably going to cook really fast. 312. It's taking a lot longer to heat up because the frying pan is so big. All right, we're real close now. Sometimes it helps to bounce your grease around. Spread the heat. All right, these are ready. It's almost at 350, so we stick these in here. Clearly, I'm going to have to do this in batches. And what you want is you want them to be golden brown. Wash my hands again. Always wash your hands. dish out and I'm going to start the oven. So, oven is at 375 and I'm going to bake them for about 15 minutes. We're going to stack them. Oh, I got to get the cheese going. Forgot about that. All right, we're checking it out. Oh, looking very nice and golden, just like we want. Time for the flip. Look at how beautiful those are. Oh, that's baked really well. Okay, so while that's cooking, here's what we do. Come over here. We take some sauce, put it at the bottom of the pan. And we're going to lay these eggplants right into this sauce. We're going to stack them. Almost ready to go. That's an important part. Try not to skinny on the cheese. I mean, as far as quality. I don't use a lot of cheese, but I like high quality cheese. This is Parmesan oregano, Reggio, whatever it's called. I can't remember now. All right, these are probably ready. So, what do I do with my dish? Check. Oh, beautiful. Turn that off, and then you lay them here like this. Into your, you gotta kind of hurry now because I don't want to overcook those. Put your sauce on the top. And what we're gonna do is we're just stack everything up in a, your friends will love you for this. Okay, that's the first layer. Now we do the second layer. And of course we're doing this all in batches. Got another batch to fry. And we'll start those right now. All right, so now I'm doing the next batch. Nope. Like I said, I don't use a lot of cheese, so my wife doesn't like cheese. Well, she likes it, not that much. Wow, these are going really good. Okay. Wow. Going really good. Okay, we're ready here. Frying up really nice and good. So it's going to be about this high when we're done. What you do is you serve like the whole stack. You know, really rounding up really quickly here. Yep. Two more on this one. probably gonna use up almost all of the sauce we made, which I'm surprised. And we're almost done here. It's really not that hard, but I like making it because I know you cheese people are really, what? Add more cheese! But I don't. Okay, we're grabbing the last two. Oh, here. Set this on the side for now. And there we have our monstrosity. Pour the rest of the cheese all over the top. Now, some of you think I should probably put aluminum foil over this and bake it that way. But I like the crispiness that the open oven gives, so I'm just gonna leave it open. I like it. And that's it. I'll put this in the oven, 15 minutes at 375, and we will have a big, huge pile of eggplant parmesan in just a few minutes. So 375, 15 minutes later. Oh, look at that. Look at that. That is so beautiful. And see, that's why I left the top off, because all around the sides and on the top, it got it all crispy. So it's gonna be real soft and in the inside and juicy, but the outside will be nice and crispy, so you get that texture going. And I would serve probably half a stack to each of my guests. So this is 1, 2, so 8, serves 8 people. It's pretty good for 2 eggplants. And I'm gonna have, I'm gonna serve it with this, my famous hot naked spaghetti with garden basil. And we'll serve that, I'll heat that up, and we'll serve that together, and it's gonna be awesome.
Well, here we are.
Wow, Joe, what a fantastic dish. To actually use vegetables to bring together that dish was just amazing. And one of the things I really want to know is, what's your inspiration behind creating that dish?
Well, I wanted to impress my meat-eating friends with the idea that you can actually make a vegetarian dish that is out of this world, and you don't need the meat. And that was the whole reason I wanted to bring my meat-eating friends over for dinner and give it to them and have them go, "Oh my God, this is great!" And that's what happened.
Oh, fantastic. So in terms of the quality, the texture of the eggplant, is it similar to meat? Does it work in the same way?
Yeah, it does. And you know, you really have to be careful with eggplants. Got a lot of bitterness in it, so you have to get the bitterness out. And so that's a little bit tricky. You have to use salt to get that out. And but once you get the little bitter undertone out, it has a wonderful texture. And when you add the tomato sauce, that breaks down the acids in the tomato sauce break down the eggplant also. So what I'd like to do normally is let the tomato sauce soak on the top of the eggplant for about a half hour before I put it in the oven. So it breaks it down more, it makes it even more luscious and easy to eat.
Yeah. So it digests very well then. It's very easy to break down because, as it is, eggplants tend to have a high quantity of water in them. They're very water-soluble vegetables.
Yeah, they do. And that's also a problem, because you got to make sure you extract a lot of that water before you cook it, because there is so much water in eggplant. It's like 90% water. And so that's why you have to use a lot of salt, but make sure you wash the salt off before you bake it, because you don't want all that salt in your food, because it'll just overwhelm the food. So you just use the salt to extract the water, and then you wash the salt off. Really important.
And can you also heat that salt if there's a bit too much salt that you put into that dish or somebody puts into the dish? Is there a way to enable that salt to evaporate before it's being cooked?
Well, what it does is it penetrates down in and pulls all the moisture out. And the longer
Right.
you leave the salt in, the more it shrinks. The eggplant will shrink. And so what I end up doing is I don't put any salt in at all in the dish because I use the salt to extract it. I don't add any more salt. It's just
Okay.
too much for the dish.
So what's the
So
sort of like ideal time for that salt to be able to sit on the eggplant?
at least an hour, at least. The longer you leave it, the more the eggplant begins to, you can leave it on too long, it'll become leather. So you don't want to do that. So, you have to watch it. So about an hour to an hour and a half is as long as I would leave it on, because otherwise then it just starts wilting up and getting all wrinkled and hard, and then you can't eat it. So, you got to be really careful with the eggplant.
And you want the soft and crunchy texture, don't you? You want the outside to be nice and crunchy and the inside is nice and soft.
Right. Yeah. So that's what the salt also does, is that the longer you leave it in, the more it penetrates down into the eggplant. So it gets the very center all nice and soft. And then when you add the tomato sauce, then that texture really makes it really good, and breaks everything down, makes it easy to eat and digest. And so I tend to use a lot of sauce, because of that. So I lay the eggplant down in the sauce, and that makes the sauce begins penetrating into the eggplant from the bottom, and then I spread it all over the top. And like I said, I don't use much cheese because I don't know why I don't use much cheese. Sharon doesn't like it so much, so I just started not using it, and then I started not liking as much cheese on it as she does, and so it kind of grown into it's not that I don't like cheese, it's just that I don't like a lot of cheese.
Yes. And with the salt and the sauce, do you find that there's a way to be able to balance those two? Because the sauce can be very acidic at the same time, can't it?
Yeah, that's why I wash the salt off of the eggplant before I proceed to make it, because I don't want it to become too acidic. I try to I try to make my foods as less acidic as I possibly can. Working with tomato sauce, that's kind of hard. But yeah, I think it's really important to alkaline your food. So if you notice, I didn't have anything on the pasta, so I wasn't adding any more acids to the dinner. And by adding the fresh basil to the pasta, I'm adding some alkaline to the dinner. So it's important that you don't over acid your food.
Absolutely. And I think that whole mixture of herbs that you use, those 5 herbs, really help with the whole digestive process as well, don't they? To be able to create a nice balance to the dish.
Exactly right. That's exactly what I was doing.
Riddhi, can I ask a question?
Absolutely, go ahead.
Does the tomato sauce that you're using, does it have some salt in it, or it is without the salt?
Without salt, yeah.
That's purely
Italians generally don't add salt to their canned tomatoes. That's why.
Okay. All right. Is there any particular kind of tomatoes that you have picked up for that sauce stuff, or anybody can use any of the kinds?
No, I don't think so. I think you need to use. I only use ingredients from Italy, because Italy has strict regulations on how they farm. And so I only buy my pasta from Italy. I only buy my tomatoes from Italy. And I go to a special,
or grow them.
Okay.
Roma tomatoes or what you want, because Roma tomatoes have that kind of firmness that you want in sauce to make it thick. So I buy Roma tomatoes from Italy, or I grow them myself.
Have you used the common salt or any specific salt?
Now I use a salt from India, the
Himalayan salt. Okay, the Himalayan rock salt. Okay, all right.
No, you shouldn't use sea salt anymore because of Fukushima. The oceans are now getting radiated.
Yeah,
and
true.
I don't recommend
That
sea
makes
salt.
a good.
Yeah, so I only recommend Himalayan salt because it's mined from the mountains, and
I am
It's
from
just,
the Himalayas and you derive the salt from there. Okay, so thank you so
Wow.
much.
yeah,
Okay.
no
And
radiation, India salt.
yeah. Any specific oil that you recommend that one should use for this recipe for when
Only
you
olive
fry the
oil. I would
olive
only
oil?
use olive oil when I'm cooking anything French or Italian. I only use olive oil, and I only use extra virgin, again from Italy. And you know, yeah, I may be Irish, but secretly I think I'm an Italian.
Okay, all right. So more Italian cuisines and more Italian seasoning with the stuff. All right, that's
Well, I,
Absolutely. And you
how I'm
mentioned
doing it,
also
Asian
that the
food.
parmesan is actually very high quality. Why is that?
I don't, I don't know. You know, you go to Italy and everybody's doing everything that you're told wrong. They're eating lots of pasta, lots of bread, they're drinking wine, and yet nobody's fat, nobody's overweight. Everybody's in really good shape in Italy. And you're like, what's going on here? And then you realize that they take 2 or 3 hours to eat dinner. Well, in America, we eat dinner in 20 minutes. We're watching television. In Italy, that's not allowed. Everybody, the whole family has to get around the table, and everybody has to go real slow. And they don't start eating until like 7 or 8 o'clock at night, and they eat until 10. And it's this huge, long ritual that we in America don't have anymore. I think we used to have it, but we don't have it anymore. And I personally think that's the way to live life. You know, I'm a big believer in living the slow life and not the fast life. And so I want everything slow. I want my dinner slow. I want my dancing slow. I want my music slow. I want everything slow. It's just the way I am.
yeah, that's nice. It reminds me of Ratatouille. And yeah, Ratatouille, when
Love
like
that
it
movie.
reminds me of that. Yeah, and he said, can you just chew? The more you chew, the more flavors you get. The more slower you eat, the better it is. And that reminds me of everything. So that's fantastic. That adds on to everything because the slower
Yep.
you are at the dining table, the longer the life is. True, true, true.
Absolutely. One time we were out traveling around and we saw a little French restaurant up in Nowhereville up in Washington State. And I said, well, let's go try it. And it was this little French restaurant, and this little old lady comes out. She's French, and she comes up to us and she says, oh, you probably don't want to eat at my restaurant. And I'm like, why? And she said, because it takes us over an hour to make our dishes, and you are Americans and you probably want your dinner fast. And I said, you take an hour to make your dishes? And she said, yeah. I said, this is the place I want to be.
So good.
And it was the best, one of the best dinners I've ever had. And we were there for almost 3 hours, you know, at this restaurant.
Jay, this is Neil Kumar here. Greetings to you, buddy.
Hey.
And we always love what you and Sharon come up with. Apart from being expert filmmakers, Jay, I love your sense of humor. I think it will be so good for children to also follow you and the hygiene methods that you install people. I would like to know, before we go to Mala and before we go to Lata for the comments, I'd like to know, what vegetables are you growing presently? Because you grow your vegetables in your own place and you live in a mountain. So there is completely different kind of soil. And between you and Sharon, we have always noticed you use your own vegetables, you make your own recipes. So Jay, 3 questions. First of all, what are you growing presently? Where do you come up with the ideas of the cuisine? Because generally they are yours. And thirdly, what do you feel? Should we all human beings follow the plant-based diet? Because pretty soon you'll be required to. Over to you.
Yeah, well, we are going to be required, I'm pretty sure on that one. But what I grow is I grow as many things as I can. I have a short growing season here. I do have a greenhouse, which lengthens out my growing season, but we're at 8,000 feet. So it's pretty cold here for a lot of the time of the year. So I generally don't start growing outside until the end of May. So I will be starting that in 2 weeks. And I'll be growing What do we grow? We got cucumbers and
Lettuce.
lettuce and spinach
Arugula.
arugula
bok
and
choy.
tomatoes and
I'm gonna
bok choy,
broccoli,
cabbage,
snow peas,
zucchini,
onions,
onions,
potatoes.
potatoes. We have 25,
Tomatoes.
everything's raised bed. And we have 25 boxes, 15 outside and 10 inside. And we also have a food forest. So we have a whole half acre with 60 bushes in there of berries and
Currants,
rhubarb,
raspberries.
and so we have
loganberries,
and we
many
have
berries.
it's this gigantic food forest that has taken us 4 years of
Gooseberries.
cultivating, and not only now is it beginning to produce. So you have to think long term. If you're in a hurry, then gardening is probably not recommended. So, because it takes a lot of work. I mean, there's no doubt. And there is no comparison to the food you buy in a grocery store to what you're getting in your garden. I don't know how or why, but the lettuce tastes like you're eating light. And
the pesto.
And the pesto that we make from our basil is just amazing. And we have enough basil to last 2 or 3 years, and we just grew it out of seeds. So for about 35 cents, we grew enough basil to last for years. We can freeze it. We put it into ice cube trays.
The pesto,
and then we freeze it, and then we put the little tiny pieces of ice-shaped pesto into a bag and freeze it. And in the middle of the winter, we can take it out and use it and have virtually fresh pesto anytime we want. So I really highly recommend that everyone starts growing their own food. It's hard work, but it's not expensive. And you will reap the rewards for years to come about your health. And also it's good to get outside and exercise and work with the land. So the future is this, not what we've been living through. The future is people growing their own food in community gardens and trading that food for other things that things that I can't do. So I use the food that I grow to get other stuff that other people in my community can do that I can't do. So it becomes a matter of trade also.
Jay, that is fantastic. And you are what you eat, and look at both of you. I'm not going to reveal your age to anybody because you don't look over 40 plus VAT, but I know your true ages for both of you, and both of you look very radiant and young and ever so pleasing to the kind of facilities and programs that you bring at Healing Our Earth. Mala, what's your comment for Jay and Sharon and the aubergine they used in the Parmenia?
Right. Now that was very interesting, the way you prepared it. I was looking at your prep work. I think, Rita, you had a question about meat and alternatives, and it had a very meaty texture because of the size and the length. You chunked it up there quite a lot. So you'll forget about meat in eating that. And then you put the double layers on that as well. So it's quite filling, number one. And I like that you didn't overpowered it with too many ingredients.
Yeah.
And the flavors were focused on aubergines, a bit of garlic, not too much, and your cheese. So for those that are dairy intolerant or have, I know you didn't use a lot of cheese, you mentioned you don't like too much of it, and they have their preferences. So what else can we use as an alternative? There is gluten-free cheese, but if not cheese, what would you suggest or recommend?
I think that you could probably get away without putting cheese on. I really don't. I don't think it's actually all that necessary. I put it on because it's called Parmesan, so you kind of have to put it on. But I would probably eat it just fine without any cheese on it at all. I think it's just fine. I think the cheese just it adds a little bit of texture to it. Adds that kind of crusty layer to it, but you'll get that anyway if you just stuck it in the oven without the cheese. So I wouldn't, I am a little bit dairy intolerant. So, and that's one of the reasons why I don't put much cheese on. So there's a lot of things that require cheese or dairy products that I don't put in. I just don't put them in. I just eat it without it, and it's just fine. I don't really notice it.
Another question on your gardening. I'm very involved with local gardening projects in London with local communities. We love this. I just love hearing you. So when you have an over surplus due to the season, you know, very hot summer, and then you have tomatoes growing out of your ears, you know, what do you do with all of it? Do you share? Do you sell them? Or
Add them.
Well, I can a lot, but I do. What I want to do is what I'm trying to do. What we're trying to do is we want everybody in our community to be doing this, and so that will create this huge surplus at the end of the year, and then we share that with everybody. That's, I don't sell it. I don't want to sell it. I want, if I give the neighbor 15 gorgeous tomatoes because I have an oversupply, I like, you know, the movie The Godfather, I'm expecting to get something in return at some point in the future from that person. I mean, it's all about that. And so I freely give my stuff away, and everybody knows that, you know, when Jay is down and out or Sharon's down and out, we got to come in for them. And so they know we're for them, and they know that they're for us. And that can only be done by paying it forward. So I pay it forward knowing that I'm going to get it back at some point in the future. I'm a firm believer in that. And so that's the whole reason that I don't sell it. I give it away because I can see the light in their eyes when I give it to them. And I know that they will remember us later in the future. And it really, they do. I mean, Sharon and I are very popular in our community because we give a lot back to the community.
And Jay, the more you give, the more you get back. And that's why we love you as a budding duo for Healing Our Earth. Jay, Amrita over here loves purple foods and everything. She's very much into purple. And aubergine is a queen of Indian vegetables that people like in India. And Amrita, what are your thoughts? What do you make with aubergine?
With the what?
You need to unmute yourself. Amrita, you need to unmute yourself. Amrita, you need to unmute.
Yeah. So first of all, I am so glad to meet you. This is my first meeting with you both. Marvelous to know about your way of living. It's not just about food. It's not about growing vegetables that everybody can do, but then the incorporation of other practices that you do and the kind of values you hold, that's really marvelous. I'm so glad to meet you, to be honest. And I would like to thank this platform of Healing Our Earth to make me meet, because this, not everybody can think of that. If I give tomatoes and share tomatoes, I build up such a big community and relationship with people. People hardly don't think about that, because in that way they gain so much of happiness, compassion, contentment, and in return, a healthy relationship, which is not any part standing in front of currencies, basically. So you can't count them on monetary basis, and that becomes so big. And looking at that, my kids were actually watching your video and were looking, wow, amazing, Mama, when are you going to prepare that for us, actually? Because in India, we make it with potatoes, and even I add tomatoes in the same way, and it gives such a good flavor with the Himalayan salt. And the difference is just I chop it in a small way, and I also garnish it with fresh coriander leaves. And so that adds on to the flavors in that way. And I have got on my own masala stuff, so that spices is being added. But this kind of a stuff is also really good. And they were like, Mama, look at that. That's so tempting. Look at that cheese. You know how the flavor has come and it's been fried. It'll be crispy. It'll be yum. So that kind of a stuff I'd definitely like to try. And we make 2-3 dishes with this. And this one is one of them. And these are called as pakoras as well. We make pakoras out of it also, which is again the fries with it, with gram flour and this aubergines added to it. An eggplant is a wonderful plant. It is very rich in many minerals and many stuff, and it can be used in many ways. So apart from that, I look forward to see you more.
Thank you, Amrita. Since you love purple food and purple fruits as well, now you can try Jay's recipe. Let's move over to Lata. Lata, you've been watching and you love baking and making foods and desserts. What do you think of Jay's recipe?
Hi, Jay. Hi, everyone. Global Namaste. So what I enjoyed about this meal was that it was all organic and also pollution-free. I like the recipe because you're making use of the vegetables that you are, so you're self-contained and independent. So yeah, I thought it was excellent way of using up your own produce, and also you accommodated your preferences and your diet, and the gluten-free and whatever you said, the milk. You said you're intolerant to dairy. Does that mean milk as well?
Yeah,
what do you do?
Bit, yeah.
Pardon?
I can't, if I drink or eat like ice cream or anything with a lot of dairy, I get all congested. So I can do a little bit, but I can't do a lot. And milk is made for cows, not for humans. I'm sorry, but we use it, and we're very clever with how we use these things. Yeah. But it's made for cows.
Yeah, I agree. So what do you do as a replacement? Would you use any other alternative for milk, like cashew milk? Or
I don't. I just, like I said, I just go without. I do want to say one thing though, since we have a lot of people listening. You should know that you probably want to start growing your own spices, because prices of spices are going through the roof right now. I just bought some, and I was like seriously shocked. Not shocked at how much they cost. I was shocked at how little there was. I went to the spice store and they were out of everything, and they couldn't get any supplies. I don't know if that's happening where you guys are, but here in America, they've doubled in price, and I'm going to say they're probably going to quadruple in price. So, start a spice garden as soon as you can, because
Which ones are you particularly referring to? Cumin?
All of it.
Coriander.
I looked at everything. They were
dill,
out. Dill, even garlic they were out. I mean, I couldn't even find powdered garlic, a big thing of it. I could only find little ones. So they're running out of everything, and I don't know why. I mean, I don't know. I don't understand why. I think
I don't know, but maybe
because they make your food. That's what makes your food, taste good, and so it's just important.
So Jay, you're very right. The prices in Africa, Australasia, US and UK have gone up. Generally, the prices have also gone up after the pandemic. Yes, we are getting scarce. We are luckier in UK because we have got a lot of Indian importers, so we are flooded with spice, but the prices have definitely gone up. But yes, growing your own spice and your own vegetables and your own fruits is the way to go. So our project in Mauritius with Professor Ish Sharma, who is now the producer at Healing Our Earth for Ayurveda, with the government of Mauritius, have convinced each school to own a garden and each child to own a part of the garden. And for years to come, they can grow their own vegetables and fruits. We are going to take that project to Uganda and other parts of Africa. Sharon, at some point when you are ready, the Ministry of India would be very interested to bring that concept into USA. They have not exploited USA yet. Maybe it's time to start thinking, and what better than JNU, because you've got your own farm. You literally have a farm and vegetable plot.
Yeah, no, I think it's the most important thing of all is to teach the children how to do all of this. Sharon's got a nephew who is just,
he's been on the show.
How old is he? 8 years old?
9.
9 years
old.
He's
been on. He's very cute. Sharon brought him.
I'm going to bring him again. He's really even more this year. They're growing more and more and more. So I'll ask, because his uncle is a big videographer. So I'll ask him to make a little video so that we can show it.
Yeah.
Sharon, Jay, you're a wonderful couple. We always love you. You are our coordinators in USA. We are very proud of you. It's time to conclude, so I'll hand over back to our host, Riddhi Vyas, to bid you farewell for a while and do the Gayatri mantra. So over to you, Riddhi.
It's fantastic. I'm just going to say again, it was amazing to see the different kinds of vegetables that you can grow, even though you're out in the mountain, but just being able to bring through the organic, the freshness, the liveliness of what these vegetables actually have, and just to be a lot more mindful of the way that we're eating as well. It's actually proven that it takes 20 minutes for the mind to recognize that the stomach is actually full. But by not eating so that we are completely full, but only those so that we are satisfied, we're actually creating that balance and that homeostasis within. So thank you so much again, Jay. It was fantastic to have you on this show and share an amazing recipe with us. And Sharon, as always, thank you so much for all that you do here at Healing Our Earth. You've always got some amazing guests that you're able to bring on to the program, and we're really grateful for that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure to be with you all.
Fabulous. And with that, let's conclude. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsaviturnanyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsaviturnanyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsaviturnanyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Trayambakam Yajamahe Sugandhi Pushtivardhanam Urvarkaviva Bandhana Mrityor Mokshe Amritat. Om